Right, it's been long enough. Let us do the thing, I say. Good. Time of day, evening, or whatever may correspond. It is I, one more time. And one more time I am operating under the pretense that I will not suffer some kind of critical failure to my consciousness that might prevent me from being able to do things correctly in the next few hours at least. It may happen at some point in the future, and I suppose there's a part of me that wishes that it would, so that I don't just end up being up all night. But it's, as usual, the kind of thing that's not necessarily within one's control, as it were, but something that hopefully will be within my control at this point, at least, will be what happens with the end of this game. Oh dear. And the reason that everything's so quiet, well, there's a couple of reasons for that. One of them being the fact that this thing probably... okay, never mind. The thing, that is to say, the perfectly legitimate PS3 that I am playing this on is still warming up for hopefully just a few moments longer. I was wondering whether it was going to tell me that the thing that it sometimes tells me where it thinks that I haven't put in a controller yet, which is a complete fabrication, of course. But no, that doesn't seem to be the case right now. Let's see if I pop this. Will it just show up? Yes, it will. That's good. Remember to use the wireless controller carefully, even though I don't think that, I've read it measured a few times. I don't think that relates to any gameplay that I've experienced with any of the playthroughs of this game that I've done. Which is not to say I've done that many. I've done like 3 tops, but maybe like 2, counting this one, which is not even completed yet. And then just collectively whatever I did beforehand. But yeah, there you go. Guess I'm gonna go ahead and have to pop this here House of the Dead level 1 theme at some point. So we're getting into the game, but there's only about 20 seconds left of that, so I don't know. And it's definitely overpowering the title music from this game, so I think I'll just let it be done. As we head back into the game, I'm actually quite curious to see what will happen if I try to just go back into the game. Just a few more moments though, I will. Yeah, let that happen, and I guess spoil that we're gonna be hearing this next whenever we go back to that playlist, but if I restart episode 6, which only has 2 chapters, or maybe just 1 chapter technically. Because according to my little notes thingy here anyway. Yeah, I want to see what happens if we try sack view. Oh no, this time it works. I don't know why it didn't work before.
Agent Francis York Morgan.
So I guess we don't actually have to
Goddess won't smile for you anymore.
go out of my way to show the things that we missed.
That wasn't a reversed peace mark. Red tree.
Zach, I need you to pray with me. Pray that things have not gone too far.
But yeah, I mean, we still saw the weird kind of constellation vector, whatever it was, as we head on to 1956, because, yeah, if you recall, less than 24 hours ago we were here in this flashback that we just kind of randomly go into after we went back to the present after defeating the Raincoat Killer. We went to his house. And there we found a spooky message saying that we're being called to a final confrontation, but actually for real this time. And now we're just kind of out here in this flashback with the original Raincoat Killer from the 50s.
There! Over there!
Up to old tricks. I don't know how much of a phenomenon you can really say that the original Raincoat Killer was, seeing that he was just one of, many people, as you can appreciate, Ooh, we're just... whoops. We're just doing the same thing during this bizarre event where everyone went crazy. And which only lasted for one night. But we are supposed to be trying to make our way somewhere as this count-up begins. It's actually not very clear how we're supposed to get there. This might take a couple tries while I test the waters here, but we will be regaled by this. This very unique rendition of this classic song. While we do so, at least, we can just shuffle our way past these very jolly celebrants of this drug-induced riot and massacre. Okay. Oh, never mind, I might have made a total mistake, because doubling back just lets me know that I am boxed in here. After all, maybe I'll have to look further this way. But yeah, she thinks that travel is really funny. And who are we to falter? Sometimes you need to find comfort in things that are familiar, in a sense. Okay, yeah. That path that I thought was the wrong path, which was reverse Fender Revolver, might have been the correct path all along. But oh well, I feel like this is one of those things where you just kind of have to process the entirety of it in the moment when you play a game like this that just throws a scenario like this at you. We can't go this way, can we? And like get closer this way. I feel like we checked this out already, and the answer was no. Yeah. Yeah, this is just a total corner. I don't think we're gonna. I don't think this is gonna end well in this particular iteration. There aren't that many numbers on a clock face usually, and we're already up to 5. As you appreciate. But I guess we are gonna take the scenic route after all. I mean, more so than we've already been doing, and see what happens if we try to travel the perimeter of the ghost fence this way. And wouldn't you know it, even though we're actively moving away from what our objective is supposed to be, at least in one sense. I'm pretty sure this confirms that this is in fact the way you're supposed to go. He's like, hello Lambda, how are you this fine evening? I am being regaled by the extended version of the classic track. Oh dear. Okay, maybe we're not getting through that way. It's kind of like when you find out that there's a few more measures in for Elise by Beethoven, which don't actually get included in a lot of kind of abridged renditions of that melody. Then you hear a version that does have them, and you start thinking about stuff like that. Has my whole life been a lie? Why hasn't anyone else who was trying to perform this song bothered to play these particular measures? Oh goodness. Not well because health but missing. Yeah, I'm having a fairly cold stream. Well, that kind of sucks about your outfit. But yeah, stream situation has been weird recently because of my current thing where I'm just, you know, actually busy doing things basically every weekday now. And then I come home and it's like I can either hang around and try to do stuff for a few hours, or I can stream for that time and then feel like I need to spend a few hours more after I am done with stream doing that stuff that I didn't do earlier. But then I end up losing sleep in the long run, so I guess right now I'm playing the gamble game of doing stuff late like this on Friday and possibly Saturday if it doesn't turn out that there's you know, some other reason for me to be able to or not be able to stream at that time. But yeah, I hope you've been well. I've been trying to do one thing or another, and I thought I might reach for my phone and try to I can literally just control the game with one hand right now. See if I could reattempt a thing that I was trying to do earlier in the day, but couldn't because it was reliant on, oh, I get the feeling we run out of time. Something that was reliant on dumb systems that are beyond my control. I just kind of have to hopefully work, and if not, it's just like, well, try again, so that I don't have to call someone who may or may not end up solving that. Oh dear. Okay, I thought we were done for, but I guess that's not necessarily the case. Okay, I think those fine fellows breaking into the clock tower were a pretty good representation of my feelings on the matter that I've just mentioned. But like with so many other matters, it's the kind of thing that I'm just kind of hoping will eventually just be resolved and I just won't have to think about it anymore. Ever. But yeah, I don't know, I've just been trying to figure out the best way to feel like I'm making the best use of my time at this point. I was already kind of in that process before I suddenly got summoned into beginning to do what I've been doing for the past month or two. Well, about a month and a half, I would probably say at this point. But now I actually have to apply it, so in a way it might have been more timely than I expected. Oh, well, we've not gotten to the green circle yet, but I guess this is a good opportunity for me to do that hydrate. As the sky goes into very, very unfortunate intermittent flashing. And as we witness Kaysen's surprise appearance all the way in the past, even though maybe not that surprising if you've just been paying attention to just about everything that's happened in the game up until this point. This is a bit more surprising, though. All the people with names.
Daddy, Mommy, and Grandpa. Everyone's acting strange.
It's okay.
So maybe that flashback was supposed to just be representative of the way York was doing the same thing in the present, more or less. I think it would take remarkable strength for a child to stab someone with scissors to that extent.
The situation has gone way out of control.
Let alone
To get inside the theater.
scissors that may or may not have been child-graded. Well, I guess we are forced to assume that those were not, like, you know, the round-tip scissors that children are supposed to have.
They're being controlled by an unknown force.
Oh no.
Let's try not to hurt them if we can.
And Keith apparently has the chainsaw out, which I get the feeling that we probably have had an opportunity to pick up a chainsaw ourselves at some point or another, but unfortunately I've been not paying enough attention to figure out whether or not that's the case enough to just be able to say that with a definitive yes or no. I don't know, I'm just doing Wordcraft right now. I should probably just try to move on. Oh goodness. I'm also trying to figure out where the button is on the fucking... Okay, here we go. To be able to mark these things as completed, but... Why don't you know it? Redemption for translating something into Spanish. FK in the coffee. Do you see that, Zach? I might have to think about this for a moment. Ironically enough, I think I've had a few, I don't remember how many times I've streamed since I did like a job thingy that I did like last year, where I literally was an interpreter. But other than that, situation or the circumstances were not like super ideal. Because I ended up dropping that fairly quickly. But how would I handle this? FK in the coffee. FK in el café. These days or such. I don't know, I always feel like when I talk about people's names, it's a bit awkward trying to figure out how they should be pronounced from one language to another. Like, do you try to pronounce them the way they would be pronounced in the language that they're clearly associated with? Or, actually, let's just not say right now. We just got an autosave. I guess we're gonna try to not tempt fate. We do have everything we need, I hope. And then... But yeah, would you try to pronounce them that way? Or would you try to pronounce them... what do we call it? Would you try to pronounce them the way that they probably would be pronounced in the language that you're translating to? If it doesn't correspond, I don't know. It's kind of awkward to try and figure that, but there you go. I suppose FK en el café these days, Zach, would be the approximation there.
Open this door. There is no turning back. You still want to enter?
I mean, you say that, but...
Very well then. Off you go, Mr. York.
There's not much to turn back to, even if you don't open the door, other than just the save point and the bed and stuff, but it's not like you can leave the area, but...
And finally you arrived, York.
Oh goodness.
George is dead. You've got nowhere left to run.
George! Oh, right, George.
He was a funny one.
I gave him a toy locket, and he was so impressed, so moved. But he wasn't very intelligent. He was born in this town, you see, and it took him too long to discover the red seeds. Binding down people with rules is a sign of small-mindedness, and that was what George represented in life.
I'm taking Emily.
Oh, but I can't allow that now, can I? York, you left her to me, in my care, remember? I told you to come with us, didn't I? You must remember that. But you didn't come. You chose your job over the woman that you love.
Casey, this chit-chat is over.
Over? Indeed it is. My fun with Emily ended just a moment ago. It was a fantastic moment. Like eating a full-course dinner that ends with the ultimate dessert. I fed her a fake story about my past, and she took in every word.
Cut out your nonsense. I told you, no more talk.
There you go, York. That's right. feel the hate boiling from the bottom of your stomach. That's what makes little men create such great and amazing history. Just like tiny ants that make giant ant hills. You know, I just had dessert, and yet I'm already hungry again. No wonder why I keep failing at keeping a diet.
Kaysen, stop. The next one will pierce you between your eyes.
York.
Emily, it's me. I'm here. Don't worry. Everything will be fine now.
York? Is that you? Oh, thank God. York,
Emily, no. That isn't me.
York. York.
Emily!
York. I'm sorry.
It's okay, Emily. Hurry, come over here. We need to get you to the hospital.
I can't. I can't go to you. I've been soiled.
No, that's not true. You have a heart that can't be soiled. No matter what happens to your body, you are still yourself.
York.
Oh, didn't I tell you? Getting these saplings to sprout requires a certain technique. What do you think? Artistic, isn't it? It's like a surrealistic painting.
York. Shoot me.
Emily?
Let me die. Please. York.
Zach, what should I do?
I'm sorry, my darling.
Let her go!
Remove that sapling from her body, Kaysen.
Xander, it's too late. Once it's like this, I can't do anything to stop it.
Please, darling. Shoot me. I'd rather die. If you love me, let me die.
At times we must purge things from this world because they should not exist. Even if it means means losing someone that you love. Yes, I couldn't do it. However, you can. When the time comes and you have to make that decision, make the right one. Okay, Zach?
Morgan, Francis, Zach, Morgan, Francis, Zach, Morgan. I saw you, Zach.
Hey, Zach. It's okay. I'm here. I'm with you. I'll be with you always. We can get through this together. Who are you? My name is York. Me and you. We'll always be together. Okay, Zach? I'm you, and you are me. Now, give me your hand.
I remember. I traded places with York. York, the other me. My other personality.
Zach, please shoot. Kill me.
York, what should I do? Tell me what to do, York. Zach, you have to decide for yourself what you must do. I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
Boy. Well, I guess we do have to pick something, even if it's kind of awkward looking with the same stick that can help you choose a different option, but I actually kind of want to demo the different outcomes of this scene, so why don't we start with this.
I don't deserve to live. Well, unfortunately, I've always been more than human. I'm a messenger of the Red Tree, a citizen from the Red World.
That's enough, Kason.
Well, it's not terribly clear what actually happened at the end there, but
Zach, you made the wrong choice. But don't give up. Think carefully. Father's words will guide us.
think carefully and also ignore the
Now again, focus on reality, Zach.
fact that I think the sapling Emily corpse. Well, yeah, start out again. The sapling Emily corpse actually kind of has a blinky animation if you're looking. But yeah, one detail I definitely forgotten about that whole scene was that, because it shows Kason slashing at the kid Zach with something, even though it's not very clear what he was swinging.
Zach!
But the implication is that Kaysen was the one who gave him the scar as well.
What you must do.
I guess he just had that scar since he was a kid.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide. Don't worry.
Well, if we point the gun at our own head, completely disregard our mother's advice in a completely different way now.
I can't shoot you.
Or just do it
Like father
selfishly.
and son, taking the same path. And to think York went through all that pain to get you out. Out of the red room that you were stuck in all this time.
Zach! No!
Emily, we only had a short time together, but I'm glad to have met you. Goodbye.
Zach, be careful you don't damage the Red World stage backdrops, but... Yeah, no, it's the angle, but when the camera's kind of facing down at the muttering
You made the wrong choice.
Zach in the first shot of this scene, it kind of comes down.
Think carefully.
It kind of makes it look like maybe
Father's words will guide us.
Zach's face would have ended up turning into like the face of one of the shadows in the Red World, but...
Focus on reality.
By the way, Zach, you can turn on the flashlight in this scene. Isn't that fun? Alright, let's do the thing this time. I guess it's just an artifact of the like borders of the mustache stubble. Or like crayon beard. That is managed to build up by never shaving during the game. But no, this time we are going to be pointing the gun
What you must do.
at the final option.
I'll be with you no matter what you decide.
At the Emily jump scare that... I guess you can notice a few things with the juxtapositions in this scene, like the fact that even though you only see the lower half of Zach's mom's face, she kind of looks the same as Emily. Well, Emily, I'm afraid...
There are some things in this world that must be extracted. No matter what.
It was a jump scare of not knowing if the game rating was going to change.
Even if that means losing someone that you love. I can't do it. I can't kill Emily.
I'm sorry, Zach.
Stop. Emily!
Ladies and gentlemen, and now the grand finale.
Emily, what have you done?
Zach, I wasn't used as soil at all.
You're beautiful. The most beautiful person I've ever seen.
Thank you, Zach. I wanted to be with you.
Emily, no. You aren't supposed to go over there. That's not the way. Come back, Emily.
York and Zach finally I'm a little jealous.
Hey, stand up, Zach. It's up to you now. Emily, I finally got to meet you face to face. But you had to go with York, didn't you? He always gets the girl. He's a good guy. You see that too, right? He kept talking to me and ended up pulling me back out of that room. I'm sure he'll make you very happy.
Why did you bring Zack back? Who the hell are you two? How did you get out of the Red Room?
I want to see some of those mouth movements kind of suggest that it could be making more sounds than just laughing, but oh boy, here we go. Time to find out if we prepared well enough for all this with our ammo arsenal. Doesn't seem like we're getting that much damage with each shot from this thing, but maybe we can try something different. Or maybe we can just continue to spam this. I mean, it'll work eventually. Against this... oh yeah, this inspiration for one of the tags that ended up being used, but I guess we have to pop the weather though, you know, can't forget to do this, can't forget to cheese this even more than we already are. I mean, what other weapons options we have? The Magnum. It's pretty good, I don't know that's... I mean, it probably is. Oh, Jesus. Okay, well, thank goodness that there's just an automatic dodge action command for this. And I get the feeling that this will, if we can actually land the shots, this probably will be faster than what we were doing before. Oh dear. Okay, well, at least we do have the meats to dodge that, even if we do get... oh shit, too closely in range. Well, here's a bit of a problem though, it does take a bit to reload the shot. Reload the gun. Oh, I think you know what that was. That was me showing off the fact that I figured out the very easy to fuck up Willy quest. Bring all the bones with you when you go talk to Willy, or else you will never ever get this gun. So, well, we might as well capitalize on the fact that we did get it. It's a power move, you see.
Just like that senile old man. Humans are so foolish. So foolish. There's nothing to compare. With one whiff of that gas I made from the seeds, they'd happily kill each other. Even their but I still got a really good laugh out of it. Anyway, I think we've had enough fun for today. And I really don't like having to exercise.
I can't really tell if there was like a rare track playing as part of the background for that last scene, but oh boy. Or if that was just part of the kind of percussion-y background noises that were just part of that scene by themselves, but it's time for probably everyone's favorite part of the game, which is spamming the run stick movement as hard as you possibly can. It's not gonna get tiring at all, but there's one thing that definitely came to mind during that lesson that I also wanted to comment on, but I've already forgotten what it was. Well, he talks about the seeds. I'm pretty sure that was it. Anything to distract myself with what's going on. He talks about the effects of the seeds and how apparently he made that guess with the seeds, but yet the effect that that has on people, which is like to turn them murderously crazy, is not the same as the effect of just eating the seeds, as we saw with a bunch of other characters, or at least a few other characters like George, and he says he gave them to the others as well. Apparently they just kind of get drunk in themselves when they do eat the seeds directly. Oh shit. Actually, do we have the weather doll active? Can we have the weather doll active for this sequence? Because it would be... yeah, we can. Okay, cool. It would really suck if we died at this point, at any point during this whole thing. Not just because of the fact that I think we would be forced to restart if that happened, but also just because we would lose our... oh dear. Our perfect record of not having a single continue during the game, even though I kind of cheated a little bit just to be able to get into that. I mean, it's not really cheating if you just use the, the actual game mechanics for that, which is to say, just use the regular save system. I wonder if I'm the only person who, looks at this part of the final boss encounter and thinks of the full boss fight from House of the Dead 3. Which I think maybe not quite exactly the same, but it's very much a similar setup to this. Fool, aka the giant sloth boss. So certainly quite fitting in that sense, at least. So I'm gonna be honest, I don't even remember necessarily if York is supposed to be moving, or Zack, I guess, is supposed to be moving this fast. It's just an unusually quick variation on the animation that you see during this. Oh boy. So I think by most accounts this chase scene where you're just spamming the run command all the time is supposed to last about 3 minutes on average. I don't know if that was 3 minutes or a little less. But in luck it was the latter. So it's kind of weird, we're like running down a giant staircase, so when we fought Thomas as Emily,
We'll avenge your death. Just a moment longer.
we did go to a Red World version of this location,
I've caused you.
but I guess we didn't go outside.
The dress you wore when you came to my hotel room, didn't seem to fit you right.
That's a bit rude, but I don't know if we can, how readily we can assume that this is the same Red World iteration of the clock tower that we saw earlier when we did that stage assembly. Just from a different angle. And from an even more different angle now that that's happened. Or maybe those like floating chunks that we kind of saw during that last shot.
Kason, I've been meaning to tell you this. You're one crazy guy.
Right, that's the only response I have to that. But yeah, there's like floating bits of building just here and there. It's not... Oh, it's just shit. Terribly clear how much sense this is supposed to make. Wait, what? Are we getting like... Oh yeah, I guess we gotta... There are some destructibles here that will... Let us take some stuff that doesn't necessarily relate to our resources right now, but okay, now might be the time to, oh dear, still be mildly spooked each time we get a little bit of slowdown like that. Now if we aim for that door, yeah, that might just be what we need. Oh, I'm figuring something out, alright. Oh shit, didn't even have any bullets to back up. Okay, I'm pretty sure this is a point in the game where if I were playing the PC version, or if anyone who is playing this is doing the PC version, might come to regret it at this point, because there's a rather unfortunate bug in that version that can lead you to basically not be able to aim very far outside of a very small kind of square that's in your immediate front of your vision, kind of like, fuck, I'm not gonna dim it a little bit, kind of like this. You can't go very much farther than this, which can be a bit of a problem for trying to get the aiming right. And I mean, it's something that you have to deal with through the whole game, not just this fight, but it does become a very particular problem, not even necessarily here, for what we're trying to do right now. There we go. It might not be the most efficient thing in the world, very wonky aim recoil that we get with machine gun, but well, that depends on who you ask, you might say. Is it better than trying to do this and just like getting, basically getting every opportunity? Oh shit. Capitalizing on every opportunity that I get. Where the doll is actually in range, or would it be better if I try to, I don't know, bring out something like the Magnum again. Where it doesn't quite work right. Or work as efficiently because you actually have much less windows of opportunity, you might say. And if you miss, then you have to wait a lot longer just to be able to have another window like that. But yeah, what I'm getting out of this, more than anything, is that the hitboxes and the angles are weird. And also, don't let up, this will work eventually. That's very, very appropriate logic for a video game, I would say. This might be counter one of those moments where it's like, you know, why does the villain of the video game constantly keep near the one thing that can be used to defeat him? Like, why does Wart in Super Mario Bros. 2 have the vegetable spawning machine in his room, even though it's literally his weakness? To which you can typically, and presumably in this case as well, be like, why does he have it so nobody else can have it? It's called being sensibly strategic, but yeah, it looks like the hitbox for actually damaging the doll might not be like the doll itself, kind of, but the space right in front of the doll that's not necessarily attached to the doll. At least that's the way that they're passing it with this weapon. There's also the flamethrower, which I'm pretty sure would have no chance whatsoever of even being able to reach that hit zone. Oh. Oh dang. And this is what happens when we get too cocky and don't try to preserve our health at all times, even though we have a bottomless wellspring of health. Oh boy. But now it might be Kaizen's turn to employ strategy.
You're an annoying little bug.
As now the doll is gone from sight. Oh dear. Well, we apparently are once with the soles of our shoe.
It's not too late. Go back to the red room.
Oh yeah, not much we can do here. As he just kind of stares at us with this disembodied or detached. You can't really call part of a building disembodied, or can you? What is the technically correct term for that? Oh boy. But now we can't climb up. Detached, isolated, and now if we take a gander, hey, what do you know, someone's down there. And I'm pretty sure that's the tricky shot, even though it's literally the final shot you have to do. If you get the annoying aiming bug on the PC version, you might be left literally incapable of making that shot. So it's like you get this far and then you literally can't finish it. Yeah, well, I'm sure I talked about this at length earlier in the playthrough already, about why the
It's because you don't understand humor.
PC version is a massive pain overall, but I suppose we don't have to think about that anymore. Not at this point. Not at this stage. Back in town, well, I mean, if these, you know, if these nameless townspeople like the ones that we're looking at now went crazy because they were hit with the same gas that Kaizen made in the 50s, but now they're just like all of a sudden just dispelling, having that dispelled. Does it mean that their reaction to the seed gas is not like a biological reaction, but rather
Tries not to show it, but
mystical plague bullshit caused by the Red World stuff?
just ask him to marry you.
Kinda makes you wonder. And that brings us to the end of chapter 20. What was it? Zach Morgan, I guess chapter 25. I was actually kind of wondering because we did get a An automatic prompt save during that chapter if that meant that was a chapter break, but I guess not. No, I suppose chapter 25 was that one, and then chapter 26 is just everything that comes between the end of this and the actual end. Yeah. Which is gonna be interesting. I guess we can get the final sack view now. Hopefully it'll show up fine, and it does.
Other me. My other personality.
There are some things in this world that must be extracted. No matter.
York, I'm sorry.
Why can you cause me pain? A red tree!
York and Zach. Finally, I understand. You two really are best friends. I'm a little jealous.
I'm sure he'll make you very happy.
Are you leaving today?
Maybe.
Zach, that story I told you the other day, did you believe any of it?
The fact of the matter is that I couldn't save Emily. So it really doesn't matter whether I believed you or not.
I'm very sorry about her. There's something mysterious about that picture. There's a calming beauty to it, and yet it exudes sadness.
Harry, I have a few questions for you.
About what, Zach?
Your last name isn't really Stewart, is it?
That is correct. It's really Woodman. Harry Woodman. George was my son.
You were there in the White Room when I was there. Why?
The same reason as your father. Long, long ago, I too was unable to shoot my wife. What's worse is that I was also unable to kill myself. Which is why I lost both. The woman I loved and my son. My wife suffered from a mental illness, but I still loved her. I wanted to save George too, if I could. Everything was my fault. If only I had the courage to make the right decision, Emily and the other girls would not have died. But you have put an end to all of that.
I wonder if they are happy.
Zach, no need to worry about that. York will guide Emily and the other girls into the forest.
Kind of makes you wonder how long Harry had that painting for, though. Was it before any of the murders happened? 'Cause it's a very lifelike representation
Hey,
of
Mike, mind stopping the car for a moment?
the murder victims.
Francis Zach Morgan.
I heard you're leaving.
Uh-huh. That's right.
It's a shame about Emily, and the other girls too.
How are Isaac and Isaiah?
Oh, they're fine. They still don't think the girls are dead.
Give it to him yourself. He's right next to you.
Oh, okay. I understand. We'll do it for you.
Emily kind of told us to give this to you.
Emily said it's a present for Zach.
Thank you. Where did you get this?
Emily asked us to give it to you. See? She's over there.
There's another Zach there too. You're twins, just like us.
Emily couldn't give it to you herself. She said she's too embarrassed. So, she asked us to hand it to you.
Emily really likes you, Zach. She really likes you.
No, she doesn't. Not me. She really likes that guy, York. The guy you see standing next to her.
Anyways, you two. Be nice to the girls, okay? And they'll be nice to you.
We don't like girls.
Girls are boring.
Gotta love him. Just full of energy.
Emily, York, sounds like you're both doing fine. I feel better about you two now. And hey, York, I figured out why George carried Anna's body all the way into the woods.
It was for them. He wanted Isaac and Isaiah to find her.
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, if you are finished, if you are, please, let us return to the car.
No need for that. You can go home. I want to take a look around more.
Very well, then. I'm sure Mr. Stewart will approve of that.
Ah, thank you, Michael.
Thank you, Michael, for giving possibly the only line in the whole game in which you don't rhyme. Oh, and we are in fact just here. Even though we're... Oh, where are we exactly? We're in the exit to... the area where Harry's mansion is the gate, but it's not terribly clear exactly where that little clearing that we were just in, that... the spooky forest, where you can actually run into the murdered people. But hey, now we are actually in, you know, the final part of the game, after the final boss, after everything, where you can, in theory, just go to where you're being told to go and rest at the hotel and finish the game at any time. I'm not gonna do that quite yet because we have unfinished business, you might say. First of all, we're gonna get the last 10 bullets that we are going to... Well, not that we're going to do anything, that was not a good follow-up to that first part of the sentence, that we are coincidentally missing from the thing, the gun chamber. And then we're gonna try to figure out where to go next. I could... drive around for a bit. I guess we will drive around for a bit just so we can figure out if we're gonna get any more York Sack combos, even though I think that's all gone by now. I don't think York is with us anymore, at least not right this second. I think we're gonna have to spend a little time apart for the first time in forever.
York, can you hear me? I'm a little jealous.
I'm all alone on this side now.
But don't worry, York.
I've had it easy for so long having you with me. I need to get used to being on my own.
I suppose that's all we have to say. But now we're going back to the place we were just at, actually. We'll take our time to, find our way into town. With the car. I mean, we did go through quite a bit of trouble just to be able to get this car. Back when we were actually going through the earlier parts of the game, so might as well take advantage of that, the fact that we just have it now. Actually, it might be a good time now to turn around so I can take this road that I skipped. That's right behind me here. That might be the road that I have to take to get back to where the community center is, or maybe I'm completely wrong about that. I get a feeling I might be wrong about that. It's probably a smart idea to just look at the map. That's on the pause menu right now, but I guess I'm being stubborn in a way because I kind of want to figure out whether or not I will cut through here. We can do that, right? Yeah, we totally can. Figure out if there's gonna be any more York Zack combo prompts, or if that's just over now. I get the feeling that I was actually in the wrong part of town for trying to find the thing that I'm trying to find, which is the oh fuck, the road that goes to the community center. Well, it's a good thing that our car is unbreakable. Or at least York's car is unbreakable. We'll be coming back here to the electric substation in a short while. I don't really know how short these whiles are going to turn out to be, all things considered, because we got a few things in the docket that we definitely got to deal with. Is the community center like behind the police station? I don't remember. Or is it this way? It might be this way, actually. Not the police station, but before we get to the diner, which looks like the icon for it. Kind of looks like a pile of books, but I think it's supposed to be a very, very neat angular sandwich, which I'll probably be itching for by the time I'm done with this, but okay, this might not be the right way. Just the point where I give in and be like, hey map, please show me the way. Is this the right way? This is not the right way. I went past the right way, which is here. Okay, so gonna have to turn around and go to the road that's in that direction that goes. Oh shoot, also turned on my headlights, which I didn't want to do. Oh whoops.
One more thing, York. I hope things are going well with Emily.
You've always been horrible with women. I gave you tons of advice during your last relationship, and you ignored all of it. I'm sure Emily will take the lead. Just don't fight her. Let her steer you in the right direction.
Alright. Well, as you can see, it totally paid off. I don't know if there's gonna be anything else that Zack is gonna want to say to York at this point, but let us think about that when the time is right. I guess we can go cross-country here. There's no reason not to when your car is unbreakable, you might say. Same car that we weren't really able to acquire for a long time though, because it actually did get fucked up in the beginning of the game. Just barely dodged those squirrels that made monkey sounds. That was an interesting episode, you might say. I think we'll drive around just a little bit more once we're done with this thing that we came here to do, but you might already have guessed that. Have to indulge these spooky purple arrows that lead us back to the other world because we have to. Because that is where the remaining pieces of the puzzle are. Or at least almost all of them. We get to redo this. The other world stage where you fight Thomas at the end. Thomas, who is actually one of only 3 boss fights in the whole game. If you notice, you only get these boss fights against very spoilery plot central characters. Only when the game is almost over. We can't get that. But we can get a little bit more agent honors, but it's not terribly important at this point. I mean, there's like anything that significant left for us to spend our money on. Oh shit! I thought this shadow was already dead. Well, I think you know why. It's because you're lunging at me. Trying to attack me like, I don't know, a very impatient person. At some kind of Black Friday sale. Let me try to figure out if I have to be looking for something in this stage though, real quick. Glance at my notes, yada yada yada. At the former boss platform, you will find the card. Okay, so there's actually a couple of things I want to grab from here by the sound of this TXT that I wrote myself in the past. And apparently they both involve just getting to the end of the area, which I do remember, I vaguely remember, it's been quite a long time, but I think there was a part of Silent Hill 4, I believe it was, that was kind of like this, with a ridiculous, excessively lengthy staircase. Make me don't want to die. I don't know if I can help you with that, Chief. But yeah, my feelings about stairs in general have been kind of weirdly mixed lately, since I think stairs is like the main form of exercise I've been able to get this past few weeks, other than, I don't know, using the handles on a boss to not fall over. I don't know if that counts as exercise, but it certainly is. It certainly is exhausting. So I'd say there would be an argument to be made there, potentially. Goodness, but the door wasn't locked. It wasn't like one of those doors that you kind of try to rush into and open, but it's like a heavy door that you have to slowly push open. So that if you try to do the rush thing, Legend Worm raises the chance of catching rare items, so put that in the toolbox. But I do get the feeling that we got a lot of health, we can't keep this anymore, and we still have an infinite supply of medium first aid kits, even though probably be more useless now than ever. Well, here we are in the area where the boss used to be. I don't think that you, well actually I don't know. I wouldn't imagine that we will end up having to redo boss fights during like the, at least full-on Red World replay stages that we have here. And I say that for a couple of reasons. Oh, wait here. I suppose, yeah, this is the first actual confirmation that I'm getting that that is apparently not the case. Let's just get the Mad Wild Dog card, which is an actual Mad Wild Dog and not, I don't know, you look at a name like Mad Wild Dog and it makes you think, wow, was this like the name of some kind of Old West outlaw or something like that? Also, I think this replay is literally the only the first and only opportunity we've had so far of being able to explore this part of the level, because I don't think we were able to move around at all after we did the boss fight when we were going through this level the first time. So even though these rooms exist, they're not, or maybe we did, I don't know. I vaguely remember something like that now that I'm thinking about it. You actually get released by Willy, I guess, when you play as York, and then... And wireless industrial grass cutter with a long reach. Well, we'll take the item. Grass cutter infinite, if that's what that says. Maybe we can give it a try now. I need to, like, you know, do my stuff. Do we just swing it? No, I guess we just activate it, but I guess we can move around a little bit while we're doing that. Let's get out of here. The fog is thinning. I've had enough for now. I mean, there's literally nothing else left to look at on the stage, so... That's one of a handful of Red World replays we're gonna have to do to be able to get all the stuff we're missing. You might say we've put off until now, but it's more so we've not had a chance to actually do the replays at all until now. Oh boy. And also some interesting interruptions in my controller inputs for some reason. And I don't know what it is, but I look at a few wires that I've been using to connect stuff off to my computer. So I guess I am still very paranoid and distrustful of wireless stuff for the most part, actually holding up or being the same quality as stuff that's wired. Which I think is still largely true. But then there's my headphones. Oh.
York. Oh, nothing.
Oh dear. Yeah, maybe we just lost the ability to actually have something be said, but I don't know how it happened, because I don't think I've done any weird kind of yank treatment on the headphone wire, but it seems like part of it is threatening to, well, I don't know how can I even describe. I can pull it up for a moment and kind of try to describe what I see. There's two parts to my headphone wire, and there have been for quite some time, because the headphones that I'm using are some HyperX headphones that, oh, where am I going, by the way? I'm supposed to be going to the bar, but I need to figure out where that is. Well, basically these headphones don't just connect to the computer directly, they connect to like an extension, and actually they can connect to the computer directly now that I think about it. That's definitely an option, but because the wire that comes directly out of the headphones is like exceptionally short, it's better to either use the splitter wire that comes with the headphones themselves, which allows you to use both the headphones and the little microphone attachment that they have. Or you can just do what I do and get an extender cord for the actual audio jack thing. And the extender cord works fine, but for some reason the little kind of plastic neck thing that surrounds the kind of tail end of where the actual wire that comes out of the headphones is, it's apparently thinning out, and there's a bit of a concentric circle gap that's appeared there.
So much has happened since we came to this town.
And I don't know why, because like I said, I don't think this has happened with any of my headphones, which I mean, it's kind of been my expectation for quite some time now that I just kind of have a pair of headphones and that lasts me for a few years, and then it's fails in a way that I can't really deal with, and that's when I get a new pair of headphones, but I don't know. Like, this one hasn't given me any problems yet, but I don't think that has happened with any of my previous pairs, even when they stopped working, so I'm not even sure what's up with that. But anyway, I'm kind of tired of looking around. Where's the... okay, it's here. The Galaxy of Terror is where we're headed. I thought it was farther in this direction, I guess, farther south along this street than it actually is, but apparently that was not the case. It was actually over here, question mark. Yes, it was. There should be a replay here. I guess the replay arrow thing only shows up when you're out of the car. And yeah, I guess I think that at this point we will already run the gamut of all of the stuff that Zack can say to himself when he's in the car. We have explored that fully. So I'll save real quick in case something dumb happens. I keep getting very paranoid whenever we get a frame drop while playing this, which for some reason has been happening quite a bit lately, as you probably noticed. But we haven't had any crashes or anything like that. You know, surprisingly enough during this entire playthrough, I don't think. Straight up crashes, straight up you need to restart your game and hope it goes better next time. So let's get into the Galaxy of Terror Red World stage, which is where we had to go through in order to eventually find the revelation that the spooky BDSM room was at the end. Let me see if I can organize my weapons in the toolbox, by the way. Made Legend Worm, this stuff that has been added to the toolbox since we last checked it. We have 9 of 10 weapons, so let's make a little bit more room with the dart gun. We definitely don't need this. It's not time for using combat, and it doesn't do anything, as we already demoed quite a long time ago, so there's definitely no reason to carry that around. Gonna put this away. The Wesley Special is not that particularly worthwhile. The shotgun, the Magnum. I think the Magnum trumps the shotgun. Sheriff Custom, the police in Greenvale. Can we put this away? We can. Okay. As nice as it is to have that kind of memento of Emily. Let's see if there's something better. We're gonna hold on to that, like, weed cutter thing. Wait, not put weapon away. We're gonna take something out, see what options we have. We have some breakable stuff, which we really don't need. Orisaru sword. Shotgun. Well, we're looking mostly at, you know, the ones that are actually infinite, like the wrench. Wesley Special. We don't have anything better, I guess. I thought we might have something better, like, but we had a rifle already, but we definitely had rifle ammo anyway. That we have something like that, like magnum bullets, gauge shotgun shells, other bullets. For the 5.56 assault rifle CQB, maybe we'll end up getting it in one of these stages soon. I guess we'll worry about that when that time comes. You know, during this entire kind of in-game sequence, we haven't had to worry about being hungry or tired at all. Things have moved quickly enough that that hasn't really been a factor. But anyway, now that we're here, let's have a look around. Oh dear. Let me, you know, try to select the weapon. Oh shit. Okay, that was very rude to just rush at me. And also, once again, we have to flip the weather doll because it's not in a cooperative state by default, which kind of sucks. So let me bring out the grass cutter. This is what I want to try out. I want to see what happens if I try to just kind of wave this in front of myself to be my impregnable shield. There's someone else back there. It kind of sounds like there's someone else back there, but I can't see anyone. Well, before we head much further into this... Oh boy, here we go. Oh shit. Okay, yeah, that was extremely effective, but it also caused some weird input drops. And this certainly does kill the enemies dead very quickly. Sounds like Carl's song. I don't know if it does. I mean, it's not turned on right now. Country ham. Oh wait, I guess we're just popping this in the toolbox. Good evening. Hello, Chakokegi. How are you doing? We are finishing up with the post-game stuff here in Deadly Premonition. So I can put a bow in it and figure out what I'm gonna do next whenever I do this again, I suppose, but I guess we'll turn this on. Yeah, it is indeed that song that's very much, I guess, supposed to be like Eternal from Miserna Falls. Especially the part where, you know, it's actually really hard to tell what the lyrics are by ear. But, oh yeah, what I was trying to remember was looking at my notes to myself to figure out what I'm supposed to be looking out for this stage. The restroom stall, which held the badge piece earlier, now has the card. And there's also a piano on stage before the end, which has something else as well. Had a shitty day at work, oh, that's unfortunate. Seeing the Twitch notification cheered me up. Well, that's nice to hear. But yeah, it's not great to have those kinds of days. Hope that you're able to wind down and get some R&R right now, at least. Let me see. I guess we're not gonna be needing to like look out for anything right now. I'll be entangled in red vines, there's no way through. I guess these red stuff mannequins are actually unbreakable. Unlike the regular ones. Such as the ones in this room. These guys kind of get up at this point. I guess that's a no. I guess we don't have to stick around if those guys are just gonna keep coming out as well. Stream started a bit late today. That was surprising. Well, I mean, this might turn out to be maybe not at that precise hour if I can actually get my shit together during regular or at least future occasions, but it might turn out to be like the default start time for the foreseeable future if I end up doing it, particularly on the days that I ended up doing it this week, because that seems to be an option that would at least be viable for me right now, considering that it's might be a bit too odd for me to try and do it consistently during weekdays. At least for now. I don't know what it is with the grass cutter here, but sometimes it just kind of makes me keep walking in a direction that I let go of, and I might be able to assume that that's caused by the specific weapon, because I don't think it's happened with other weapons. Well, this my controller is just being funny right now, but... Wait, what? Okay, I was gonna say, wasn't this guy dead already? Shoot gun shells. But we don't even need it like any of these agent honors, really. We're like past the point of being concerned about money, but... You know, it doesn't feel right to just leave them lying around. You know, I kind of want to say that this grass cutter, I don't know if you can get like a ordinary / breakable version of this weapon elsewhere in the game, but if you can, it kind of feels like almost like the kind of weapon that you would expect to find in Dead Rising or what have you. I don't think this game has that many, I don't know, that much of a variability with weapons. Like, most weapons are stuff that you would expect to be weapons. Like, you know, something like Dead Rising where you can just grab anything that catches your fancy and swing it around, but then there are stuff like this that kinda makes you scratch your head for a bit, but I guess we're done here. I mean, the clock tower replay was very linear because that's a very large map. So it might be a little bit trickier because I don't remember even what extension it was supposed to have the first time around. I feel like it's almost kind of humorous how these shadows that lean back like twister backs It's almost like they're putting their heads at the precisely right elevation to be hit by the business end of the grass cutter. I don't think we're going to be chased by the raincoat killer this time. Or even redo any of the... Well, I guess we already confirmed, like, oh no, okay, that time there's a bit of a weird frame drop thing that made the inputs weird, but I don't think it was linked to the weapon that I'm using. I don't think I was pressing the ready or reuse weapon buttons at all. But yeah, I guess when we redo that clock tower stage, that pretty much confirms that if we do the replays like this, it's not going to bring the bosses back, at least not during that particular version of the replay. And I did stress that before, and I think the reason for that will become evident before too long. Oh dear. Did that last guy say what, dude? Sometimes it's hard to tell, but okay, I think we might be coming up on the first of the things that we came into here looking for. Yeah, there it is. Just make sure there isn't anyone who's going to rudely interrupt while I'm trying to grab these. We could peek here, but I mean, probably no point. Just pop in here and grab it. Red seeds. Just on a card. And oh, okay. We could get out right there, but there does appear to be something that we might be interested in grabbing. A little bit farther along, oh boy, and then there's crawling shadows, which I don't and right here, dude. I don't think we're gonna be able to, yeah, fight these fucks with the grass cutter, unfortunately, because they're not gonna come all the way down here. Damn it, okay, we're gonna have to figure out a different strategy, so just bring out the grey cuts again. And do this the very awkward way. That we're usually expected to do it, and hope that the thing matches up at some point. There we go. Just gotta get lucky with that angle at least once. I wonder if we can use the grass cutter to cut these boxes here though, or is that also like out of reach? Oh, we can do it a little bit, but it's not ideal. Let me just another first aid kit that we can't really pick up. Where is this thing? I mean, why am I selecting this thing is the better question, because I can't actually use it against crawling shadows, as we've just learned, or if we can, then it's probably like more trouble than it's worth to set up the correct angle for that. Well, let's just continue on with our old reliable. Alright, and hope that, you know, we can actually land a hit here. It's a bit of a... It's definitely a bit of a crapshoot though, isn't it? Oh shit. Especially when the hitboxes for them actually being able to do that is a little bit different from us being able to do what we want. There. Oh, and here comes the other one. Dude, I'm right here. You're looking at the corner. You know, don't blame me when you can't figure out where I am. Damn it. You know what? At this point I might as well just give in and be like, fine, I'll use the other weapon that's... Oh, fuck. That's not gonna work because my controls are being interrupted for a moment. Well, maybe if I do this, if I get... Oh shit. Oh. Oh shit, okay. Didn't think the crawling shadow would go on the floor for some reason. I guess that shows how much I remember. Right. Oh, okay. So it doesn't even take like only one hit from the grass cutter to actually kill these things. And there's a couple of other replays we have to do after this, but I don't remember if we can expect the crawling shadows to show up in any of those. Oh, wait a minute. Oh wait, you're not dead. I mean, this is final breath. Oh fuck. Yeah, I'll just stick with the Magnum this time. I'm here, dude. I'm literally right in front of you. Let's not be silly. This isn't the time for mucking about, have I? There's a time and a place for doing stuff like this, and this is not it. Let's try that again, hey? I mean, how many hits from the Magnum does it actually take to go fuck? To actually kill one of these things? Ugh. Oh damn it. Okay. I was gonna say I might end up actually taking a hit there. Just because it takes a hot minute to actually be able to reload the... Okay, here we go. Reload the Magnum, but... Can we just go through here? Okay, I thought that might actually be the final room, but it seems I was mistaken. Oh boy. Okay, how can I resist? Let's see. I wonder what will happen. Okay, that was a little less exciting than I might have been hoping for, but oh well. I don't know why that particular sequence ended up giving me a bit of a flashback to an Narashino game, as if there was like a factor of clunkiness between that game and this game in this particular moment that just... It's hard to put into words, but it feels like it resonated that moment in a very, very particular fashion. I will say though, this grass cutter does seem to be very good for getting rid of those barriers that you have to climb over if you don't break them. Like this one. There's supposed to be one more thing, you know, farther along at the end of this level that we're trying to find. And I'm honestly pretty surprised that we haven't made it there yet. At least we're having fun with the old grass cutter. As we cut through these fully destructible environments. imagining what would happen or what would have happened in the world of video games if Deadly Premonition had come out on PC like with its initial release, and not only that, if it had in its game files secretly packed in level editor, kind of like what Dromed was for Thief. I wonder if the Deadly Premonition modding scene would have blown up and people would have constructed enormous levels that were made entirely out of these breakable boxes. Well, I say these breakable boxes even though all the ones in this room are gone. And yeah, record exclusive dialogue for this custom level in which you learn the true story of how York got out of a haunted warehouse and he used the extremely buggy game engine to construct possibly the most horrifying jump scare anyone has ever seen and give someone a heart attack and create a giant sequel made in a completely custom-made version of the town that has like Gothic cathedrals and shit. And also make an entire set of levels that's the same length as the vanilla campaign, but with entirely new content and cutscenes and custom FMVs and stuff, and then do the same thing again like 20 years later and have it be just as good. Or at the very least elaborate. Because at the end of the day you have to work within the same limitations of the engines that you are given when you are focusing on fan stuff like that, and yeah, kind of running out of ideas here and wondering if I should have taken this Thief fan missions analogy for Deadly Premonition too far. Now, if Deadly Premonition did have fan levels like in this ridiculous scenario that I've just come up with and described at length, I wonder if it would be like the Doom modding scene where they would somehow have unified files where all of the stuff that you would need for each of the fan stuff would be in a single file, but instead of being called a WAD, what would it be called? Would it be called DPDC? Would it be called a SAC, like CAC? Or CAK, just to be contrarian? I'll think out over here. Okay. And I will give myself the satisfaction of letting each and every one of these agent honors because I went through the trouble of coming all the way here. Even though I was scraping the absolute bottom of the barrel for stuff to talk about. And I did it so I could grab this, the 5.56 assault rifle, CQB, and the infinity symbol, which won't show up, but well, let's give it a try. I don't think I ever used this just because I literally never even found the regular version of this weapon, but God. What a first aid kit large. I guess I will be taking that, even though literally any peely items became obsolete the moment that I found that I got the weather doll from that side quest chain. Had I put it in my inventory? God. This is a very, very strange kind of pattern for the recoil, but the kind of rhythm at which the bullets shoot out make me think of, surely I'm not imagining this. I mean, it's just a rhythm that is clearly slower than other rhythms that we've heard so far, but it reminds me of a very specific track from a very specific game. You know, surely I'm not crazy. Surely I'm not crazy enough to try and do this live just to prove that I probably am just imagining things, but okay, not exactly the same, but well, I think you can understand where I come from with the similarities in the sound render at least. But yeah, that's quite enough of that stage. Maybe the bullet sound effects were even similar to that one in Time Crisis 2, but I don't know. Time Crisis 2 is also another one of those games that I technically did end up demoing and finishing on stream, but in one of those demo wheel streams that I do, but did end up doing weird things. But I mean, where are we? Alright, I forgot we're actually here in the bar, not in the community center. That was the last stage. I don't know. Time Crisis 2 is weird just because I was trying to play it with the emulated light gun thing, which I literally could only find one way to do, and it was a total crapshoot. Just find a bunch of files that someone happened to have linked in a YouTube comment on a random video that had stuff more or less configured acceptably. Where are we going, by the way? We're going to the sheriff's department, which is right next door. And then that ended up working, kind of, but it also caused a few weird visual glitches that for some reason only happened while I was streaming. Okay, I think that pretty much confirms that. I don't think Zach's gonna say anything more at this point. And I think this fence that's right in front of us, yeah, that's where the sheriff's station is. I think we're gonna leave the car on standby for now. Couple of the next destinations that we're gonna have to get to, we're probably just gonna have to use the radio. So let's go here, let's go to the Red World stage. Actually, say no for now. I am gonna do it, but before I do that, I think I'm gonna want to take a moment to find a phone and save, just because I'm being slightly paranoid, but it definitely pays to be slightly paranoid with things potentially going catastrophically wrong in this game. I particularly don't think I want to redo that last Otherworld replay, which was the Galaxy of Terror one. Wonder if I'll be saying the same thing for this next one. I think this is technically another stage where there were a couple different Otherworld iterations. Even though we all know which one was the more impactful one. You know, the one with the actual big spoilery boss fight at the end. So, what am I looking for this time? Past me says, I guess we'll stick with this new infinite assault rifle that we have. Past me says, oh shit. And many other things, but render cell before the long story at the end. You'll find something. Hold on. Okay, you'll find a card and then go a little bit farther and you will find something else. That's probably not much of a point in trying to like exhaustively go through each and every part of this stage, of these replay stages. I'll probably try to put a little bit of speed into it. Magnum bullets. Oh, okay. We're finally full on magnum bullets as well. Oh, wait a minute. Why am I carrying these? I don't need to carry these. I mean, I don't think it's gonna matter. We have like enough inventory space after getting the both, I think they're literally called the item bag and the weapon bag from that couple of side quests where we can expand our inventory capacity, but I don't know, it still doesn't feel right to be inefficient. Stabilizer. Every time I see one of those at this point, it's like, wonder if the game is mocking me. Can't still examine Emily's and, no we can. Would this be Emily's desk and Thomas's desk, I guess. Is this Thomas's desk? Yeah, even though it doesn't have like the, I thought it was supposed to have like a picnic tartan cloth thing on top of it, but maybe not, oh boy. Oh dear. Okay, I think it also takes a little bit longer to reload this gun than it does the submachine gun. It might be imagining that though, or maybe it just seems that way. Oh shit. Because I am biased. Oh shit. You know what, I think that if I run into a big crowd of shadows like this in the future, I'll probably just bust out the grass cutter again. Seems like it'll probably be more efficient. Okay, can we just go through the... okay, that spawner is no longer in existence, but yeah, I feel that we can just go through the door that, you know, this door was locked initially when we first came through here, but not this time. I've gotten to the point where I feel like I should probably just ignore the shadows most of the time, because I mean, what do you get from killing the shadows besides the stuff that they drop sometimes, which is by and large pretty useless to us at this point. You get the cash bonuses at the end of the chapter, which is also by and large pretty useless to us at this point. Oh dear. Wait, what? Something body? I don't think I've heard that clip before. I don't know if I prefer this room like this, or, you know, the way this room looked the first time I went through it, which was when you have to run up to the raincoat killer himself, who is throwing lots of boomerang axes at you. Lots of axes that have a missile guidance system attached to them, so they just track you. Heat-seeking axes. Oh boy. I was gonna say, is this gonna be a dead-end room? Or is this gonna be like a maze, but not quite. I guess we're playing... I mean, the shooting in this game is already like... the game being an example of one of many that just copied, or at the very least echoed Resident Evil 4 style, so now we're doing classic Resident Evil style, just trying to conserve resources that we absolutely don't need to do, but let's say that the resource we need to conserve this time is literally that, time, by just running past everything instead of trying to fight. Or maybe it could be like the, you know, those post-game challenge modes I unexpectedly ended up doing in the Resident Evil 2 remake when I streamed that back when. It was like 5 years ago now, wasn't it? Goddamn. Literally ended up doing streams of a bunch of other games that were adjacent to Resident Evil 2 before that came out. I remember being very confused at why the Chronicles games on the Wii were not actually giving out as much information as I thought they would end up doing, but that's probably something I can blame in the long run on my own lack of complete and utter familiarity with them. Oh boy.
Huh?
The fact that At the end of Umbrella Chronicles, Sergei Vladimir doesn't automatically tell you, hey, by the way, I'm the guy who was like the genetic template for all the tyrants. They were all cloned from me. That's just something that you're gonna have to discover by unlocking shit. And now... oh yeah, I forgot about this. I guess I'll try to clear a path for myself ahead of time here. And then try to rush ahead. You know, I'm honestly pretty surprised that there aren't more video games that have a set piece like this, where it's you're like trying to run past a shooting range like this. Where you are very much in the danger zone when you do so. Right, we're kind of in a jail cell area. Can we skip the scene where the door closes? Yes, we can. Okay. Alright, cool. Let's take a look around here, because I think maybe here, possibly, potentially. I think if we're supposed to find a trading card in a jail cell area, at least. But if there was a trading card in here, I'm pretty sure we would be able to like even see the trading cards. Oh wait, it's here. Never mind, we just had to make it appear. I was gonna say we might have been able to see this symbol through the wall, even, but guess we just hadn't spawned it in yet. But as before, we can't leave quiet yet. First, we have to go through this room again. This time, we don't get to hear the fake Laura Palmer theme. That's only the first time. We're gonna have a dramatic, climactic encounter with the big villain of most of the game. When you do the replay, I guess. It's only the first time, but we will have a... well, as with the boss fight at the end of the clock tower, hold that thought, because we're not quite done with the otherworld stuff with this one, or the one that's gonna come right after. I don't think we have to go somewhere else to do another stage like this once we are down here, and then I think it's go off and do some other stuff that's not actually otherworld related for a bit, and then go back and do the final challenge. It's typically not an otherworld replay, but it's definitely otherworld adjacent. But we'll get to that in due time, which will be in a short while, ideally. First we need to collect every single one of the things on this staircase. I mean, we don't have to do it. Like I said, it's pretty much just an empty gesture at this point, but you know, monkey brain, collect, thing, number go up, monkey brain, feel good. Oh, and there's also an ice axe. By ice axe, we mean a fucking pick? A pickaxe? That's interesting name for it. Oh, and this is in fact a pile of boxes in the corner here. Wasn't sure if that's what that was. Okay, let's just blow these barrels up preemptively. And all the stuff that they're supposed to have inside them, or that they will help expose, actually shows up. Let's get to the end of the stage where the final stuff is waiting for us, and how fitting, it sure is what we're about to get up here. The Infinite Axe. Big farming axe. I guess we're gonna be sending this over to the toolbox though. I mean, this is the Raincoat Killer's preferred weapon, and how fitting that is, because initially we, intentionally to open this one, even though it looks like there's a thing past it. item box that still exists in this version of the map, but we can't get to it. We can only do that on the first run. And then we're locked away from it forever. I don't know if that axe would have come from the police station the same way that the raincoat itself did, though. I wonder where the original raincoat killer got his raincoat, though. Because we have no idea if... We know that it was Harry's father, as we heard from Harry himself, and also, by extension, George's grandfather. It's a bit of an ironic twist that two raincoat killers that we deal with, or that we learn about at least. We deal with one of them, and the other one we only learn about because he's been dead for ages, but... where are we going? Hold on. But they actually are related by blood, even though they don't even know it, or at least the one that's alive, or that was alive when we got here, didn't know it. We're going to the diner, I think, even though the diner's literally just a few steps away. Actually, hold on a moment. Actually, no, we're not. We're not going to the diner at all, we're going to Harry's mansion. Which means that it's actually going to be a good thing that we've been keeping the car close to ourselves, because now we actually do have an, maybe not an obligation, I don't know what the best word to use in this situation would be, but we literally have no choice but to drive it to actually get up to the mansion itself, because the teleport only takes you as far as this gate. So I wonder if we'll get any more failures to communicate with Zack, or with York from Zack here, while we're doing this drive. This humble drive. God, it's so strange. Thinking about it now, I can't figure out if the driving controls are worse in this game or in Missouri Falls. Like, I'm pretty sure that the reason that there's literally any driving in this game at all is because of Missouri Falls. But the reason that this game is the way it is overall is because of Missouri Falls. But I don't know, that's one thing that they definitely, well, I don't know. It is one thing that they definitely could have improved on. I will finish that sentence at least before I move on to my next thought, but it seems like it might not be quite so meaningful when you consider that just about everything in this game is something they could have improved on. Except the writing and the voice acting, those are pretty incredible. Suppose maybe, in a way, in a twisted kind of sense, you could say that this lengthy drive up to Harry's mansion from the gates could be a parallel to the long drive you have to do in Missouri Falls whenever you want to go up to the area up the mountains where the church and the the church and the farm workers' lodgings are. At least until day 3 or day 4, whichever one it is that they finally clear off the blockage that is between those areas and the road that's close to the gas station. Oh. Check out this. There's so many things that I would rather not happen that happen whenever we are driving the car like this. And that's, bearing in mind that this is pretty much the best car you can get in the whole game. So here we go, we do have one more Otherworld thing to do here after all. At Harry's place. So I sure do hope that it doesn't rain for very much longer. When we're done with this though. Because there is something that we're gonna have to do after this that does require it to not be raining. And you know what, maybe we will take the Infinite Axe out from the item box. In case we end up running into it. I mean, it probably won't happen. This is the final. Wait a minute. Do we have the axe with us? Did we actually pick it up? I thought we put it in the item box. I'm not seeing it, so it must be in the item box, surely. But yeah, I believe this is the final full-on Otherworld stage that we're gonna have to do for now. There we go, Infinite Axe. Just as a thoughtful gesture to carry this around with us. To show our dominance over the Raincoat Killer. We will even put it to use like he did back in the day. Or try to anyway. And not be very good at it. That's how you know that the Raincoat Killer was a real threat, because he could actually swing an axe at a person or a shadow or something and actually be able to hit that thing that he was aiming at. Looks like Zack here can't even manage that. Alright, well that was fun. Let's just go back to something that doesn't require me to be standing right next to the enemy when the wonky hitboxes inevitably come into play. But it's sure the reason I was talking about whether or not this was potentially the final full-on Otherworld stage was to do with... Wait, what? Okay, just kind of sunk back into the ground in an instant. Was to do with the question of whether or not we're gonna run into any more of those crawling shadows, which I'll be putting this high-quality beef in my item box as well. But yeah, if we do run into any more crawling shadows, I'm wondering how efficient it would be to fight them with the axe. Probably wouldn't even be that efficient to fight them with the axe, but you know. I should probably try to figure out again, or was not locked in fact. Oh shit, okay, you know what? It's grass cutter time. That'll be handier here. Why do I, okay, why do I hear someone shooting when I can't even see anyone else around? Okay, now let's try to blow up these barrels from a safe distance. But yeah, what I should be trying to figure out is where the stuff that I'm looking for in this level is. Let me see. There's a second courtyard, wherever that is, with the trading card. The command center at the end has another thing that we're after, and then we just have to get out and do the next thing. Oh, wait. So we'll keep an eye out if we end up going to a second courtyard. Or the card. But yeah, I guess this doesn't count as a courtyard. It does count as the same comment that I did in this set piece the first time we did this level, which was... It oddly reminds me a bit of... not what it's supposed to look like, which is... I guess the Great Northern from Twin Peaks, and how it has that river that leads into the waterfall running right next to it, but rather reminds me of something like Curse of Darkness or even Kwon on the PS2. And some very particular rooms in both of those games that have that same kind of structure where you're kind of in a walkway that runs outside a large building like that. keep this, can't keep these. Well, I don't really need bullets of any variety at this point. Oh yeah, I have this in the front. Crap, I realized. I had a window in the front of my other window that I just realized was kind of blocking my view. Which didn't let me see this message. Does the old unequip equip trick work here? Old unequip equip. Meaning... I'm trying to figure out what that might specifically be in reference to. I'm thinking of maybe the... Oh, there's a flare. Stuff you can do in... Like, the only thing that I'm coming up with for that term in my head is... stuff you can do in, like, Resident Evil and Silent Hill, where if you reload your stuff, your guns, by combining, like, the ammo with the guns from the inventory, that means that you don't have to wait for the animation that happens if you... Oh dear. If you reload them from the field, that... I don't think that really aligns with the term equip or equip. So I'm not sure. Yep, well, that's actually it. I don't think that's the case in that, if that's actually it. Oh, there's a card. So I don't think you can actually combine stuff from the inventory at all, so you pretty much have to reload. Out here in the field each time. Well, we did it, we got the red tree card. Maybe we'll keep going a little bit, at least we don't have to solve the puzzle this time. Oh shit. Actually, hold on, I'm getting impatient. Let's just do it the slightly more efficient way. Oops. Wait a minute, are we... Okay. We're backtracking by going this way, which is not quite what I'm after. Because we have to go in the other direction. What do we got in here? Okay. I don't need that. Surprisingly. What I meant was changing weapons, so you skip the reload animation. Huh. I mean, I never tried it, but I don't think that would work. Don't quite remember. Very specific examples of games where you can actually do that, but... Not anybody sure I know what that would look like at any rate. Well, we're almost to the end here. Metal Gear Solid IRC, that would make sense. I was thinking for some reason of FPS games where that would probably be the case, but not too sure. Well, I bring this out for example, and then I tried. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I try to like select a different weapon while the reload is going on, it just doesn't actually happen until the reload finishes. So I guess not. But I mean, just based on the fact that you have access to an infinite bullet weapon from the moment that you start the game, I don't think you really have to worry about too much as far as being in good shape in these action stages most of the time. And here's the chainsaw infinite. A cordless chainsaw. Which we will also be carrying around with us, I guess. I don't know how much use we're going to be getting out of it though, for the reasons I already mentioned. Focus setting, I've had enough for now. So now we do have to do something here before we leave. Not too sure if we're going to be able to get inside the mansion to do it right now, though, if it's raining, which, yeah, it's definitely raining. So it might be time to, yeah, it's gonna be closed while it's raining, that's the thing. Might be time to warp elsewhere just so we can... Whoops. There we go. We can have it not be raining, hopefully. Let's see, where's the Tree of Anna? I don't quite remember. Tree of Anna, it's all the way down here. Didn't remember if it was that far down the list or not. Okay, sure hope it doesn't randomly stop raining now and give me a bit of an inconvenient contrast with the fact that I just warped away from Harry's mansion, which means that to actually get back into it, I'm gonna have to drive all the way back up there from the gates. But yeah, we need it to not be raining. I believe we could use the chainsaw here. Maybe, potentially, if I could please bring it out. I guess we're gonna get at least that much use out of the chainsaw. Oh, could you believe it? A chainsaw is being used in a work of fiction in the intended way, which is... What time is it? It's 10:43, it needs to be about 2, so I guess we're just gonna sleep for 24 hours. And hope that it turns out to be, you know, not raining when we get back into the thing. It's been a while since I last ate, but we're gonna be fine. Don't worry about it. We have seen more outlandish things, such as, you know, a character in a work of fiction using a chainsaw for its intended purpose, which is to cut wood. And not flesh, and now we are dying of hunger, but that's okay. We should have plenty of food in reserve, and I don't know that we're gonna be... You don't need to save it for any reason, so let's see, cherry pie, turkey sandwich. And cherry pie, why not? Not quite... Not quite 100%, but definitely close enough. So now that it's not raining, let's go back to Harry's mansion. And hope that it stays not raining until about 2 o'clock. Let me see. Wait, 2 o'clock. I'd have to end up... wait a minute. Fuck. I just realized. We can sleep in intervals of 3 hours, right? So we don't have to kill time after all. We just have to find another bed. Oops, I was pressing the wrong button there. No, don't use the flare. I don't think we need to use the flare. I don't think we needed to use the flare at any point during the game, honestly. Let's see. Well, I could go back to the Tree of Honor, but I feel like we have... we might have a better option, depending on what some of the stuff we can mark to here is. I think I'll just go to my own house, honestly. This is another good place to go to like get access to a bed and an infinite food source is the graveyard, but I don't think that's part of the warp list. Wait, what? Oh, okay, I guess we just get inside. I thought we had to go through the door to get inside, but maybe not. Alright. Let's do a light sleep. Hopefully we won't incur too much hunger from that. And hopefully it will not be raining when we go back outside. Or else this whole thing will have been for naught. Okay, it's definitely not raining. So let's go ahead and walk back to Harry's house, except this time we're actually gonna stick around there. Alright. We're actually gonna have to drive back up there a couple of times, if I'm not mistaken, so I hope it doesn't start raining again. I mean, the sky looks plenty clear now. But that doesn't necessarily mean anything in a video game with, you know, arbitrary weather systems like this one. I don't remember if it was while I was driving up here the last time, or if it was while I was doing one of the other stages, but I was just thinking about how I definitely thought about the term speedrun for some.
So much has happened since we came to this town.
Ooh. Okay, I guess you can repeat that as well as just whistling. But I thought about the term speedrun for some term that definitely wasn't related to an actual speedrun. I was trying to figure out what it was, and I'm pretty sure it was to do with the crap that they had me doing at my job currently, which is just grunt work. It's pretty much the same for everyone. That's it's like, hey, take a look at these documents and figure out what you can. Oh fuck, okay. I think that the reason that the car kind of went out of control there is because it's like partially sinking below the ground for some reason. Okay, so like look at these documents, figure out if the crap that like the numbers and names and stuff that's all throughout all these different documents makes sense and follows all these rules, and that's kind of poop, so I'm glad I don't really have to do that specific task anymore. Oh dear, what is going on with the car right now? Okay. It's straight up sinking below the ground at weird intervals, but now what I'm doing right now instead is they decided that they want to have a record of like how many pages a bunch of their documents have over like, God, I don't know, like 10 filing cabinets. There are on 2 different ends of the office, or at least 2 different sides, maybe not 2 different ends, but it's basically what they got me doing right now, figuring that out. So I'm like, you know, I guess I'll take out these 2 big bunches of folders and big chunky file thingies that have a bunch of folder, or at least sheafs of paper stuck into them. Oh, wait a minute. I guess we have to wait a little bit longer for the thing to open up. But the important part is that it's not raining. We're just gonna have to sit there, figure out where they come from, figure out what year they are related to, figure out the name for each specific stack of paper that's either in its own folder or within its own division in one of the bigger folders or whatever. And then, because I don't actually, I'm being told to do it more or less quickly and not in a way that's completely mind-numbing, I have to use a ruler to figure out approximately how many pages are in each one. Which is, you know, not super exciting work, but at least it does give me plenty of opportunity to like... Oh shit, I forgot that was a thing that I had to look out for. It does give me an opportunity to like surreptitiously check out a few other things in the meanwhile, while I'm doing that pretty much. And then if I decide, you know, I'm gonna get it to this point and then be done for the day and just be like, yeah, I'll speedrun these that are here, and these bunch of folders, and then I'll just pop off. Sounds like that one song. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that the that song I'd hear in while driving York's car, and also while doing the checkpoint races, and also like maybe 1 or 2 scenes scattered throughout the game, including the one where you taste the sinner's sandwich. You do get to hear that song. Sounds a lot like American Idiot by Green Day, I think it is. Well, then look, can I do tree aggression? Since apparently, as we've heard, there's a spooky red tree, which is apparently the true main villain of this game, even though you never truly find out what it is. Or necessarily what it looks like, just that it probably exists, even though the people who affirm that, or the sources who affirm that, are kind of inherently dubious. But no, we're just hanging around. Well, it's better to wait only a few minutes as opposed to having to wait several hours, because I forgot that you could actually sleep for shorter intervals. Well, it is 2 now. I thought that this was going to be open right now. Call for someone? No? Maybe I have to wait 1 more minute. Can you hear exactly what you said about the folders? Oh, this is a note to remind me to rewatch that part later. Don't really have to worry about that. It's basically the mind-numbing, or potentially mind-numbing, but I'm trying not to let it be that groundwork that they have me doing at my job right now. And how that very tangentially made me think about the term speedrun, which popped into my head while I was doing the retro state. Okay, what is the deal here? Hold on a moment. I guess I'm gonna have to take a bit of a time out here so I can figure out how I can actually get inside this place. So I thought, according to my notes, it was just a matter of waiting until 2 PM, which it currently is. But maybe that is not the case. Maybe I'm gonna have to warp away yet again and then come back here. I have to drive all the way back up here again. I have to come up with something else that's equally... Oh jeez. That's equally not necessarily related to anything to do with the game or the stream or anything like that. Just during the drive. Well, hold on a moment. It occurs to me that I still have these, right? Yeah, so I certainly hope that this is... Oh dear. Certainly hope that I have enough cigarettes to be able to speed up time enough. Okay, apparently it's 3 PM that it opens at. Thank goodness that there was only one time that I had to do that. Okay, hold on. Let me amend this in my little TXT that I did for myself here. It's not 2 PM but 3 PM. Yeah, I'm also doing mind-numbing work these days. I know how exhausting it can be. Yeah, I mean, that was a bit of a rude awakening for me recently, so what I ended up doing was try to figure out, like, other stuff that I can potentially do if I want to get away from that, whether it be some kind of different stuff that I can at least do from home or some other way that I can potentially avoid that one way or another, having to be stuck in a position like that. I talk to either of you right now. Perhaps you, Michael. May I help you with something? You're not the usual self. What are you talking about? I'm fine, there's nothing wrong with me at all. Thank you, that was very, very helpful. I remember that guy for a while. Did you say that about Michael or about Harry? Okay, she's just gonna say that about everyone. Well, let's talk to Harry anyway.
Zack, you don't feel like leaving this town yet, do you?
You're right. Something's making me want to stay a bit longer.
Well, since you gave me a visit, why don't we play a little game?
A game?
A simple game. You don't have to go anywhere. I'll ask you multiple choice questions about Greenvale, that's all. Would you like to give it a try?
Sounds like fun.
Then let me know when you want to get started.
How can we possibly do badly at this when we've been here for hours on end? And for days and potentially weeks on end in-game.
All right, then. These questions are about Greenfield. Are you ready? First question.
Richard Sonquint, what is his favorite pastime? It's Sonquint, so... it's messing with his bike, I don't know what kabaddi is, but yeah, Richard is the one who likes the darts.
Well done. But how about this next one? Second question.
Which of the following does Dr. Usher Johnson like to eat most, Hallboy? Fiona's cooking potatoes, chips, or lunch at the diner? I'm gonna say potatoes, chips, I think.
Impressive. But can you answer this one correctly? Third question.
You know, funnily enough, this might be... Security always carries around a certain item. What is it? Oh, I wonder. This might be like the trivia thing that you get from Fiona at the hospital for her side quest.
Zack, simply astonishing. It's quite difficult to answer these consecutively.
Perhaps it's just a sign that I put too much heart into my work.
Perhaps. But you must control your feelings, your desire to stay.
Oh, you're right. At this rate, I'll be here forever.
Well then, I shall give you your prize. Here, take this.
Take this trading card of yourself as a child, or at least your alternative self as a child.
You can leave this town in our care now, and follow your own path.
But yeah, I think that's supposed to be like the trivia thing that you get from Fiona for her side quest, where the questions are technically somewhat large pool of questions that can be drawn, that the actual quiz can draw from, but the main thing is that you need to answer 3 of them correctly in a row. So maybe there were a bunch of other questions that we just never saw because we did that too quickly. We're too good at this. But what do we have over here? The diary.
What's this? Day 2190. It's my 6th year working for Mr. Stewart. On this special day, I have noticed something terrible. I've lost a most precious object. Day 2192. I've looked everywhere, but I still cannot find it. I cannot discuss this with Mr. Stewart. What should I do? The precious bird carving that he gave me. Where did I put it? Day 2193. I have searched inside and outside. Even in the car. I've looked for it at night so Mr. Stewart wouldn't find out. But I cannot find it anywhere. Maybe I should just give up.
Well, that really frazzles my razzle. Let's see. Also, I'm pretty sure 2190, I was looking at this side quest earlier. 2190 is literally 365 times 6 exactly, so I guess either leap years don't exist in this universe, or I guess the implication is that that diary began before the first year of service. I don't know. It's kind of hard to tell, but need to come back here between 2100 and 2230 when Harry isn't here. After we found whatever it is that he's lost all that bird carving that we know what it is. Literally just heard about it. So let's see. We go not here but here. Use the payphone. So we can have a little bit of extra security. Let's get outside. Let's go to where we need to go for that quest, which is actually the diner this time. Nope, that's actually what I used for there. Yep. I think it might be getting to the point where I don't really have like the ability to find out stuff to try and fill in the blanks with. But anyway, here's a diner. I don't remember if we have to. No, I think we do have to go inside the diner. Hold on. I wonder what York is up to at this point. We've been apart for a little while now. Bird carving. Hey, what do you know? It's literally right here, just sitting on a bench. Wooden carving of a bird. It looks unfinished. I wonder if it's supposed to be like probably not. Very roundabout kind of callback to the bird carving in the novel The Exorcist, which I think also cameoed in the movie, but didn't really have as much of a role there. Wait, are we still being kicked out of the kitchen if we try to go in?
Hey, I'm working here. You can't just stroll into a chef's kitchen.
Then perhaps you would give me your permission to enter.
No, get the hell out of here.
Right, he's still giving us the exact same spiel as he did at the beginning of the game, even though we literally let him go because we determined that he wasn't the killer. Even after we arrested him.
Hi there.
Thank you for dropping by. Did brighter in here than before? Well, clean the place up a bit. I wanted to go back to the beginning and start over again, which also involves not being particularly grateful to the agent there. Wow. And now it needs to be around 9 PM, so let's see. You can sleep in intervals of 3 hours, so it is currently like 3. Yeah, I guess we can just sleep for the full 6 hours that it would take to pass that amount of time. Let's use the radio. Let's warp to my house again, I guess. Let us keep looking at the health thing. I guess that will help me figure out whether it ends up being rainy. Let's do moderate sleep. And it doesn't look like the health thing's color has changed, so that's a good sign. It's been a while since I last ate, but not enough of a while that that's gonna be a problem, surely. Well, let me see. So I'll eat these chocolate chip cookies and then the chocolate thing. Which seems like a great thing to just eat after you've just woken up and had nothing else to eat for a while. I can only imagine what it would be like if you could only have stuff like that to like eat and keep yourself alive for an extended period of time. Wait a minute. I didn't need to use that, but doesn't do any harm that I did use that either, so it's back to Harry's mansion again. Have to get up there to meet with Michael, not Thomas. Thomas is definitely out of the picture right now. Meet with Michael so that we can follow up on this quest. Well, at least I do get to be regaled by this song once again. You know, if you never really go out of your quests, or out of your way to do quests in this game and like unlock extra stuff like all the alternative cars and eventually this car, it can be a bit tragic to where once you're done with the checkpoint, I mean, I'm pretty sure you can redo the checkpoint races if you really want to, but
oh, nothing.
That's an option, I believe, but thinking that you would really want to do that, because otherwise there's not really any point to doing them. But point is, once you're done with, completing the checkpoint races for their usual function, which is like unlocking the areas where some of the trading cards are located. And then you don't really get to hear this song again at any other point during the game, except like during those very brief cutscene moments when it actually plays. But if you do go out of your way to get stuff such as the side quest chain that eventually leads you to be able to get this car, then you can hear it again at your leisure. Or you could just, I don't know, play it in the background while playing a part of the game that doesn't have music. But then that might end up feeling a little confusing. Oh, let's not get partially sucked into the ground, please. Fortunately, I think this might be the final time that we have to drive up to Harry's mansion. Maybe we can consider that the end of an era as well. Oh dear. I think this reminds me of a little bit of... didn't really think about it this way until now, but... this ridiculous, long and winding, and yet somehow narrow road does remind me a little bit of a trip that I took to London with my family some years ago, and then the final day that we were there. We were trying to get back to the hotel so we could get our stuff and then just go off to the airport, but it was really bizarre what happened at that point. It started raining, and then we were looking for a subway station, which would have been the fastest way to return there. Or tube station, if you want to be precise, I guess. But for some reason, I think we saw that like the closest one looked crowded and was kind of awkward would have been awkward to try and get into, so we ended up trying to find a taxi, but that ended up being way worse because the taxi took a route that was very long and narrow and went through one of the parks that was in the area. So it was like absolutely stuffed with other cars, and it was extremely slow going through that way. And for some reason, that only just now popped into my mind as something that is kind of something I'm reminded of when I look at the path going up to Harry's mansion. But hey, we're here. I have brought you this bird carving. Perhaps you will know what it means.
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, this is...
I'm sorry, Michael. I just had to read your diary.
How very impolite of you. I'm so shocked. I'll stop rhyming for now. Where did you find this?
Well,
In the diner, Michael.
Not the first time that you've done that.
You were only able to look for it at night, right?
Diner, of course.
It must have meant a lot to you. But why does it have no eyes?
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, Mr. Stewart gave me this carving the day he adopted me. It was an unfinished carving made by Mr. Stewart himself. When he gave it to me, he said, "When you grow up to be a fine man, as a son I can be proud of, I'll give you the eye parts to this bird, and then you can finish the carving yourself." I'm far from receiving the eye parts if I'm losing the bird itself, and I'm far from being a son that Mr. Stewart can be proud of.
Michael!
Mr. Stewart!
Let me give you these.
These are the eyes for the bird.
Have you forgotten my promise? What a fine son you turned out to be.
But
It's okay, Michael. Objects are not important. It's your heart that's important. That's what I wanted to teach you. And you've learned it well. I'm proud of you.
Thanks to Zack and York, we can stop our act now. You and I need to be a team and steer this town in the right direction.
Mr. Stewart.
I had a feeling you would bring the carving back. Thank you.
Amazing. He knew exactly what was going on all along.
Mr. Francis Zach Morgan, you've been very kind to help me, and I appreciate it very much.
Have this liquefied food card.
Look after your father, okay?
Well, I guess if anything, Michael has probably turned out to be a better son than George was.
Yes?
The case being solved and the forest cleansed, are you off on holiday as a perk, or will you get right back to work? You'll still be thinking about it, well. He's still not rhyming, I guess.
Yes.
That is still very much state that he is in. But yeah, there we go. Finally we've also come to conclude that particular line of stuff. And now, well, it is still this oddly late hour. We might be able to go someplace else to follow up on something else that we're missing, because let's take a look at how many of these cards we have right now. We have this many. We actually have every single card except for the final one, which has a bit of a special requisite behind it that we will be getting to. Don't believe we will be acquiring that until after we put a bow on everything else, as a matter of fact, just because of how that works. But let's see. If we look at the, yeah, there we go. The list of locations, we can go to Panda Bear, which is the weapon shop. I don't know, that fake out that I kind of ended up pointing out in that one scene where you talk to Harry and then Michael is there to kind of get in front of you, and he ends up wagging his finger with the same animation as the Raincoat Killer. It's kind of a fake out implication. That's also kind of related to the fact that Michael is Harry's fake son. I don't know.
You found new cards? Show them to me.
Yeah, check out how many cards I have now.
64 cards. That's a full set.
Well, no, I'm still missing one, but...
Never expected to be able to see a full set of these cards. I appreciate you showing them to me. Here's a little something, as promised.
We got the light sword, which...
That light sword was a top secret weapon developed by the U.S. Army. Just read the manual before trying to use it. Hold on to it, okay?
And there we go. Top collector.
And thank you for showing me the full set.
Even though, like I did comment on, we're technically still missing one, but we'll be addressing that. If you see me in a city somewhere, say hi. No, I refuse. Well, we have the light sword with us now, though, because, like, as with all else, I don't know that we're gonna be getting much use out of it now, but we can be a fucking... God, how do I say this without saying the obvious? We can be an amnesiac and stop our former apprentice from being able to conquer the universe using all the bullshit that we ended up finding on our own. But anyway, now that we've done that, there should only be a couple more things that we have to do before we finish. The first thing we're gonna do is go back to the tree and warp until the next clear morning that we get, or sleep until the next clear morning that we get. Which should be about, I don't know, 9, 10. What time is it now? Like 11, 9? Okay, so if we sleep for about 12 hours and it's not raining when we wake up, that should be quite good. It should put us on the path for just being able to be done with this. Okay, just for the hell of it, let's try to blow up these barrels and apparently not even be successful. Alright, let's grab some cans of pickles. I wasn't even aware of this, but according to some sources, apparently the Pickles logo that's on these cans is supposed to be a reference to a music band or something. It's definitely not something that I would have recognized, and I'm definitely not gonna be able to remember what the actual reference is supposed to be off the top, but... Oh, no, let's please sleep. And let's do long sleep as usual. And hopefully it's not raining as usual. And it is indeed not raining when we wake up. Been a while since I last ate, but fortunately I do have these infinite foodstuffs that I can get just by examining the place. I could also have Thomas's biscuit, but I think we'll save that one. It's, you know, I'm pretty sure I literally said this the same way when we picked that up in the final Otherworld stage in the police station, which was, it's like the golden mushrooms in Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga. They're like too rare to want to use. But let's head over to the milk barn. Where we will be doing a couple transactions. It's time to say goodbye to one of the tools that we've been using so far, but I don't believe that we'll be needing it anymore. I actually could have done this much sooner, the first thing that we're going to do here, but... Oop. But we were being strategic about it, you might say. Hey, what's up, Keith?
Hey!
Just couldn't stand leaving such a rockin' store, right? Well...
Hey, man.
Keith, what's wrong? You're usually more upbeat.
You really want me to drag you down too, FBI?
Maybe I can pull you back up.
Well, I've lost something, man. My most precious treasure in the whole world. Well, my most precious after my family. My guitar, man. It's gone. Lily said she gave it away. Gave it away! Can you believe that? She says it's my fault for not tidying up the storeroom. I don't get her, man. What kind of logic is that? I didn't tidy up the storeroom, so I have to lose my guitar? You with me, right, FBI? Man to man, you see where I'm coming from.
Your guitar means that much to you.
Oh, my meeting with that fine guitar is what led me onto the path of rock, man. It was back in high school. I made my first visit to Seattle. The world was tired of pop music, and people were crying out for a new sound. It was only a few years before grunge would explode out of Seattle. I met a true rocker there, man. He had the sunglasses, a biker jacket, and the long hair. Man, he even had a bandana. I mean, he was behind the times by then, but nevertheless, the pure white guitar on his back hypnotized all who passed him. In the midst of everyone wanting something new, I glimpsed a tradition that had to continue. That's right. It's called rockabilly. You dig me, right, man? The world can't be built solely on new things. I couldn't help myself. I approached him and opened my mouth. I told him what I was feeling, FBI, right there on the street. I don't remember the words I used now. It was like a dream. But it sparked something inside me. I can tell you that. Our shared love of music allowed us to talk like old friends. Before I knew it, I'd been hanging out with this guy for 3 days. When I finally had to go home, what do you know? He gave me that guitar, man. He said that the soul of rock should be passed on to the next generation. That is how the legendary guitar Grekach came into my hands. Well, thanks for listening anyway, FBI. It means a lot to me.
Well, it's probably not outright mentioned that we were the one that his wife gave out that guitar to way back when.
Hey!
Well, you see, I happened upon this by complete accident on the street. Wait, hold on. Oh, there we go.
Hey!
baby! Where did you find it?
Lily gave it to me, as a reward for cleaning up the storage room.
Oh, I see. Well, I'm happy to see it with you. Treat it well. I'll just do the manly thing and, forget about it.
Come on now, Keith. I can't play it myself. Instruments exist to be played, not to become an ornament. What am I going to do with it? Use it as a weapon? That's not what it's for. You're the owner of this guitar. You should have it.
Bro!
Your story relit the burnt-out fire of rock in my soul.
FBI, you're all right. Hey, just hold on a moment. Take this then, in exchange.
All right.
It's a gold card, our super discount card. There's no markup on anything we sell you if you use this. This, in a way, means I'd work for no pay for you, man.
Are you sure?
Of course, we're buddies, man. Yeah.
And I suppose that's where that conversation is gonna end, but it's actually quite fitting that we were together at this precise moment. But let's see what else he has to say. Love and peace, man, that's the way. Well, we have the gold card now, and he has the spiritual map C. We can get it for a measly $3,000. This will be the final actual use of money in the game.
Get to the Greenvale Central substation. It's down by the Emerald River, owned by a company named Darius Incorporated. It's there to supply extra power through hydroelectricity. Cool, huh? But it hasn't been used since a certain incident. The name of the victim was Laura, the only daughter of the rich Bartons who lived down by the lake. One weekend morning, the man of the house, Alex, was awoken by the screams of his wife. When she calmed down, she told him that Laura was gone. Alex did his best to calm his hysterical wife and started looking for the girl. There were a lot of possibilities at this point as to what happened. But heading out to the garden, he came across something chilling. His daughter's beloved dog, soaking wet, with one of her shoes in his mouth.
She drowned.
Ah, well, Alex headed for the bathroom next. I would have headed straight for the boathouse myself. Was he confused? Maybe just shaken. He washed his face, his hands, and then he called the police.
So he was worried about something else.
Oh yeah, FBI, you're hot. The police searched the lake for like 10 days, but they didn't find Laura. The search was called off, but some people started to doubt that this was a simple drowning. 31 days after she vanished, Laura showed up in a most unexpected place. There was a massive power outage after a night of rain. Laura's body was the cause. Oh man, it makes me shudder to even think about it. When a worker from the electricity company opened up the water turbine, there she was, inside, mutilated. Having fallen into the lake, the turbine must have sucked her up. The blood vessels in her eyes had burst, and her nails were ripped off. Her hair was all caught in the turbine, too. It must have been a painful way to die, man. And during the autopsy, signs of abuse were found on her body.
That's what the father was worried about.
Of course, that led to the rumors that she took her own life. Lost in a maze of abuse by her parents, she chose to give up living. But in doing so, she brought the truth to light. Kinda creepy though, huh? Sad too. You better be careful, Mr. FBI, if you go down there by yourself.
Well, perhaps you could look at that story as a potential way that the crawling shadows in particular could be related to something that they could be related to. something that might be ascribed as a weird kind of origin story for them, even though there's obviously a lot of them. And I guess this was only one, but I don't know. It's not really something that's explicited in any way by this, as you might have figured. Let's go ahead and yeah, save again. And now naturally we're gonna have to head over there, which I think it might actually just be easier to drive over there. I don't think there's a save point or a war point that's like right next to that place. I guess it technically might be if you know, fittingly enough, the Ingram's house is warpable, which I believe it is, but I mean, we're pretty close anyway, so might as well do one final drive. I'm gonna be down to like even 50% gas on this thing by the time we're done. See, we're pretty much right here already. It's on the opposite corner from where this empty construction yard is.
Oh, nothing.
I've actually been here a few times just because I'm pretty sure there was like there may have been a card here at some point that was just kind of lying out here. Out in the open, but let's see. And this is gonna be the part where we're kind of glad that we have all these weapons with us. It's gonna be an interesting application of the just about everything that we've found so far. Or at least everything that has an effect in gameplay. Now with the spirit map in our possession, the spooky stage initiation is here. You know, they said that this was a hydroelectric station, yet it doesn't seem like it's particularly close to the body of water that you would expect it would have to be next to work. Maybe I should give it a shot. I sure do wonder what could be waiting for us in this final challenge stage that cannot be unlocked after we've gotten to the post-game and done all the boss fights in the game that are at the end of the game. What could it possibly be focusing on, except...
Hey, little piggy! Cry all the way home!
Except maybe exactly that. Well, in theory, this should be considerably simpler now, because we're much better equipped for this fight in particular as well as York, or I guess Zack in this case.
Have it your way.
And we were as Emily.
I'll show you how serious I am. I'll turn you into hamburger meat. Done this.
Oh, he's being particularly rude now, considering that. Oh dear. Oh dear.
You shouldn't have come. You shouldn't have come.
I guess we were able to synchronize that dodge and also the not only that dodge, but also the final shot on him. Well, let's just go ahead and save. So we could check it out now, but no, we gotta keep going. We do not only that challenge in particular, but also this one. You can kind of tell where this is gonna end up going at the end.
I'm the chosen one.
My god, and when we were talking about, you know, the final scene where Kaysen talks about the whatchamacallits, the effects that the red seeds apparently have on people. There's one thing that I forgot to mention at that point, is the fact that I guess they also have the potential to turn people into Super Saiyans, as is demonstrated in this fight. Oh shit. Well, if we get positioned in just the right way, What? I don't believe it. Well, we no longer get the full-on transformation sequence, but
Time to get serious, York.
we get to deal with it either way. Oh dear. Okay, I didn't remember him being so nimble. Oh shit, that he can just move directly from the... Ah shit. The getting back up animation into trying to parry. I will say though, this does seem to be on purpose, how much the he just faces his back away from you during this fight. That's part of the deliberate challenge. Just trying to position yourself in such a way that you could actually shoot at it. Oh dear. I guess that's kind of baiting you when he's able to retaliate immediately after getting back up there. Oh shit. Ooh, okay. Didn't even give me the dodge QTE that time. I'm sure we can follow up from here without getting close. Okay. That way I won't actually be... Oh shit. At risk of getting caught by that kind of punish. Oh. Okay, I was gonna say this should be in range at that particular moment at least.
Let's settle this, York. This is the end.
Oh dear.
Let's settle this, York.
Oh dear. Okay. There. There I was. There I... Oh goodness. I hoped that I would get my final set of opportunities to just be able to...
It's not possible for me to die anymore.
Alright, and ironically enough, the blowout is the easiest moment for him to just be rendered vulnerable to our assault. Well, it's quite fitting in a way, really. Maybe you shouldn't be taunting your opponent when you're actually kind of getting your ass kicked. And there's very much a disproportionate ratio of how well each one of you is doing during this encounter. Oh, okay, hold on, the fucking controls are doing the weird thing that they do. Okay, well maybe I can. Hold on. Time out. I actually didn't have the weather doll active during this whole encounter, but that happened. That's unfortunate. Controls going wonky for a moment. I think I'm gonna leave the weather doll in the rain position for what comes after this too, anyway. If you've been paying attention, should probably be able to figure out what will come after this. This won't be the end, quite.
Kneel before me, York.
Yeah, in a minute. First I need to, oh god, I need to be able to aim properly. And then, I guess I have to do the final sequence where you have to shoot the thing back at him. Yeah. There we go. Guess we don't get to see the, what do you call it? First aid kit. Well, I might as well use one of these first aid kits so I don't have to just like wait around and wait for my health to slowly trickle back up with the weathered all alone. Yeah, I guess you don't get to see George get struck by lightning anymore in this particular reenactment of this scene. Wonder how much we'll get to see of the end here as well. Oh boy. Oh yeah, I forgot about the whole... There's actually 3 phases to this as well. Maybe I just plugged it out. Oh, I think we finally got into it, just like when we did this the first time, we finally got into the point where it's actually kind of pointless to keep using same weapons that we've been using up until now. I have to vary up our strategy a little bit. Alright, give me a timeout so I can... I can do this properly. Shit. You can hear me spamming at the bottom because I'm just impatient to get to the point where I can actually do damage again. Alright, please turn around or do something to... Damn it. I'm trying to move it up a little bit, Jesus, so I can... You'll hit what I'm aiming for. But now we're still dealing with the main drawback of the Magnum, which is just how long it takes to reload. They start to wiggle around so I know that I can actually hurt you. Damn it. Any minute now. At least we're slowly getting there. And hopefully just a couple more shots so we get to the next part, but without, once again without that, wait, what? Okay, we actually get a break before that. That and this, what the hell are these boss fights? Well, they are the very unique boss fights that you only get to see in the last parts of the game, because I guess they thought, yeah, we're saving the best for last, in a way. I guess I'll try to pop the final part with the assault rifle, but I think, yeah, no, we have to do this part again as well. This time without the all the gross stuff that Kaysen does to explain his unusually involvement in Zack and York's backstory in between all the actual gameplay sequences here. Oh, I think I can actually just... No, never mind. I was gonna say, I can actually just rotate the stick, which is gonna be a little bit less weird than doing this, you know, click-clack. Moving the stick from... Oh, shit. That's exactly what I did. I mean, I'm pretty sure that the reason you were gonna hit there was because you kept your eyes to the front. That's not a very sound piece of advice. I don't remember if you actually did the that big sack clip at any point when I did this the first time. Let's keep going though. Let's keep running down to the top of the clock tower, or at least a very round building, which is a clock tower. Which I think, oh shit. Did I just... Oh my goodness. Okay, that is very unfortunate. That's extremely unfortunate, as a matter of fact. I think that means we're gonna have to. Well, I mean, if we continue, we're just gonna let me pick back up from here. But can't do that, you see, because then that would mean look at that different game over screen that I don't think we've seen before, which is showing that the red tree is in your blood now or something. But we should have saved right after we got out of the store, though. So it's fine. We are... Yeah, we've seen this. That's fine. Also, thank you for the hydrate, which will hopefully have to be my last one here. We're gonna have to do... Yeah, just that last bit again. Well, this time I guess I'm gonna find out whether or not the teleport is faster to get there from here. Which of these would it be? Keith's house, I'm pretty sure. Well, Keith's house is here and the electric station is right here, so no, we actually are pretty much right next to that place. So I guess I'm gonna try to do this again, but with the assault rifle this time. Okay, note self, apparently Kaysen can kill you really quickly in the second phase if he actually hits you with the gas thing, so it'll definitely be time to spam heals and or just dodge as much as you can when he does that. Otherwise that can happen. Really wasn't expecting that to happen though, I would say. Let's see how we fare against Thomas with the rifle this time. Apparently the answer is considerably better than with the submachine gun. You shouldn't have come. Well, I'm here now, aren't I? I'll just not waste time this time. Bullets that we don't need. We have an unlimited amount of these bullets. Maybe I should try the rifle during the first phase of Kaysen. I know it's oh shit, it's very funny. And just like before, he really does not understand that the taunt really makes him vulnerable. Oh shit. Sure hope I don't have to wait for that every time though, just to be able to hurt him. At least we get to hear this song again, which is pretty good. I will definitely remark on that. Alright.
Time to get serious, York.
I'm feeling Leonardo was talking about speedrunning coming up in something I was doing earlier. Now I guess we're doing at least an approximation of trying to speedrun these encounters. Oh jeez. Trying to speedrun this encounter is being thwarted though by the rather uncooperative hitboxes most of the time. But I suppose it was definitely worthwhile getting the infinite assault rifle here, because it does seem like it's making things go quite a bit more smoothly. I hope we don't represent a problem here. Alright, I guess we've almost caught up pretty much. We didn't even get hurt that time, like we did in the first repeat timeline, I should say. So we're gonna flip this and hope that It's supposed to be flip. For this next part, and just head straight into it. Fortunately, I have to go to sleep because I got something to do tomorrow. Good night. Alright, good night. Choco, we'll be finishing up here soon, I should say. I hope. If this goes well, which I can only imagine that it will. What do you guys see around? What's this? It's doing well enough. Oh dear. Yeah, this is probably going to be the most efficient way of doing damage during this part. As you can get more exposure overall to the actually doing damage than you do with Magnum. And it obviously you get more damage per shot than you do with the SMG, so just a couple of rounds of this should do the trick. And with any luck, if I can manage to not get screwed during the next phase. Oh dear. Oh dear. I wasn't sure if I was gonna have to do that. I mean, it doesn't matter. You can just do the quick time event there and avoid damage, but if you have to do it, it might be taken as a sign that you did something wrong. Well, I didn't even realize during that fight, but I'm pretty sure the weather doll is not active, which means that we have to flip it to actually get it to work during that fight. Probably, potentially. Let's see if it works now, if it's gonna be blue and or green. Okay, let's just get to it, come on. I can run pretty far. I'll try to run with a little more gusto this time, considering that that will represent my final time doing this for now. Oh dear. Okay. Never hesitate to spam dodge whenever he does that attack. It's my main takeaway from the last of these things. I will not make the same mistake again. I will not endeavor to be victimized again. Oh dear. Will be reminded a little bit more poignantly of the, of the quick time event, like first-person shooter encounters that you get in Missouri Falls. Whenever I see those, PlayStation QTE prompts pop up. Oh, okay. I did. Oh, come on. Well, I guess we're gonna have to spam the fuck. If there ever was a time to, spam first aid kits, I guess this is gonna have to be it this fight. I'm not taking any more chances. And, I definitely did spam the dodge button that time. I don't know why it didn't work, but let's not dwell on that. Let's just try to get through. And let that be it. We can't turn our fucking pocket flashlight on. Ooh, oh. Fuck, okay. Well, let's just do it again. So I didn't realize that if you actually spam that and dodge the first one too quick, you can still get hit by the second one, but you get a separate prompt to dodge that. That definitely did not come into play before. Kinda sucks that you also don't get to, use the suit with all the extra benefits that you get to use as York when you're playing this part a sec. You gotta play it smarter. You have to get as far ahead as you possibly can to dodge that attack, and then And then hope you don't get hit by the one that's behind it. That seems to be the way to go here.
You're an annoying little bug.
And it takes one very annoying mechanic to know another, I would say. Yeah. Well, hopefully the fact that he's backing up now means that we're almost done, question mark, or maybe it's just a hope spot. In a manner of speaking, I mean, he definitely doesn't seem to be going nearly as rushy as he did in the past. Just outrun him and he doesn't even try to catch up now. Except now, I guess. I don't know if we have to, like, get him out of the way like that before we can actually get to the end of this part. Or if it's just a matter of time / distance. Kind of hoping it's the latter, because that would make the most sense. Okay, here we are. I guess this is the first time that we're getting to this point in this challenge, so won't be skipping more cutscenes for the rest of this. Okay, here we are. We got a final... Ooh. Well, damn it, I guess we'll have to pop that in the toolbox. Final helping of stuff that we can heal with before we get to the end game. Magnum bullets. I'll be grabbing this first aid kit medium so I can take it with me. Take another one out of the toolbox to pop up, but no, we can't because the toolbox isn't here, so never mind. We will deal. And we will see how it goes to do this final challenge once again now that we have the OP infinite rifle. There he is. And here we are, and I think I have to flip the fucking doll again. Well, it's better to go through the motions properly this time. Instead of taking chances. I mean, it makes sense. You know, it's raining. Specific thing you have to be looking out for. Oh dear. But once again, we do have to deal with the very wonky hitboxes that color every part of every challenge of this game. Every part and every challenge. Every second of every minute of every hour. Okay. Oh dear. We do have to be very conscientious about anything that can actually end us right now, I suppose. Come on, Kaizen, please. Let me destroy this effigy, which is like a container for your life force, I suppose, that you always carry with you. It's actually quite unclear how exactly this works or what it's supposed to mean, if anything. Why does spooky monster Kaizen have a doll of himself in this giant form, and why does attacking that doll actually manage to kill him? What could it mean? I don't know, there's a lot of things that just don't make sense. There's a lot of things in life that don't make sense, but this one feels kind of particularly egregious. But hey, if we can keep this up, then surely we can get something out of this. Oh dear. I don't even know if we can, you know, get any actual hits in on the doll when he's doing this animation where he's like stunned. Kinda looks like we have to wait until that's done so we can actually get that to register. But so I just hang back for a little bit until the arm stops moving again. I'll pretty much just have to do this. Oh dear. I guess we can... It would be better if this like stone slab broken column thing was not here. Just to kind of get in the way. Okay, so you can kind of hit it. At least during that moment. It doesn't look like... No, it's the same deal as before. It looks like it's only vulnerable. Oh dear. If you've already seen his rest of his arms stop moving.
What's this pain?
Alright, come on. Oh. Okay, didn't quite manage to... You know what, I'm gonna do this stupid thing and risk it, even though... Gonna do the stupid thing and risk it. Just try to heal this kind of big chunk of damage that I just got exclusively with the Weather Doll bonus. While I wait for the next thing to happen, that's gonna open up the final shot I gotta do to finish this guy off. I could do something like, I don't know, eat Thomas's biscuits. Or just pop another one of them middle first aid kits, but instead of doing that, let's Rambo this just to see if I can deliver a final fuck you to the last iteration of this serial encounter in which I actually ate shit. And see that I can still manage all this without dying once throughout the entire game. Indubitably. And with absolute legitimacy. Here we go. Oh my god. And there he is. Yeah. Man, imagine the timeline in which that bug was in all versions of the game and we were literally not able to finish the game. And here it is, the reward for doing all that. Rocket propelled grenade can hold 3 rounds, super high attack, and infinite ammo, so fittingly in this kind of Resident Evil-esque game in a few senses. You get the traditional endgame weapons and you also get FBI Special Agent in the playing in this final room. It's locked. There's nowhere else for us to go though, that was the final boss. And the final boss... That's part of this all bosses in the game boss rush, so fittingly enough. That's pretty much the final challenge that we conquer in the game, and I'm gonna seriously tempt fate by firing that thing off inside this room. There we go. And then we're gonna get the fuck out of here. I'm pretty sure FBI Special Agent plays in a few different cutscenes as well, but I believe that's the final side mission completed, that's the final infinite weapon acquired, and I guess about the only thing that's left for us to do now to like have super 100% everything is you know, getting that final trading card. I'll celebrate my acquisition of this weapon though by my infinite RPG by trying to figure out if I can blow up the Omega. Yeah, these things. Even if I don't get a direct hit, I can still... Yeah, let me just take these extra fucking rockets out of my pocket. I will fire upon Keith's house for slighting me. Oh, then the rocket will just go right through. I'll fire upon this red car. And possibly blow up some of those barrels over there. Well, isn't this fun? But it's also got the same kind of something that happens in a lot of games, I feel, and I'm pretty sure also ended up happening in fucking Acracer Renaissance for some reason. That's like the first example to come to mind, even though it might not be the most apropos one. where you get these awesome rewards for doing like post-game quests and stuff, but you basically only get them by only doing all of the stuff that there is left to do after you already done with like the vanilla game, you already done like every other side quest in the game. So you get these cool rewards, but at that point, you know, there's basically nothing left to do in the game, so like how much use are you really gonna get out of them? Unless you really want to replay. Like there's not even a new game plus in this game or anything like that. Just like I'm pretty sure there isn't a new game plus in ActRaiser Renaissance. Or even a regular ActRaiser for that matter. See, at least in Resident Evil and stuff like that, when you get the Ultra Super Infinite Rocket Launcher.
So much has happened since we came to this town.
You do have, you know, a big part of the Resident Evil games is all about having big replayability. So at least you do get an incentive for being like, yeah, let's just go through the game again, except this time you have a cool new weapon or a cool new costume that's gonna make, you know, your approach to the gameplay completely different from how it was before. It's gonna be a whole other experience that you can enjoy, but here, I mean, honestly, for the case of this game, I feel like I'm having a hard time imagining that the approach would really be that different if I had an infinite rocket launcher. Or just how it was before, and I am very lost here. I was just trying to find my way to the police station, or at least close to it out here. At least somewhere where there's a phone. Let's just go to, you know, we're here in this part. Let's get out of the car here. So I can do one save. I don't remember if it asks you to save. After you go to the hotel and do the final thing that you gotta do. In order to finish the game, which is what we're about to do, because we're finally at that point. So let's pop this radio. Let's go to the hotel, Great Deer Yard Hotel. Now that we finally conquered just about everything in the game, I can even like try to figure out if I can, I don't know, look at the trophies in this game. How do I check that on this, actually? That's a good question. But hey, here we are.
York, tonight I'm going to sleep like a baby.
You know, until recently I feel like I never fully realized that what that phrase actually means is that like very young babies and infants and kids typically need exponentially, well maybe not exponentially, but
it's over.
Much more sleep than older people.
It's time for you to leave town. Are you ready to go?
Like apparently newborn babies can spend like up to 20 hours or something ridiculous like that a day sleeping.
Then this is goodbye, Zach. Thank you for everything. Good night, Zach. And sleep tight.
And the general consensus does seem to be, oh that was York talking to Zach. Does seem to be that the younger you are, the more sleep you need, and it's a fairly linear progression.
Polly, what's that picture?
Oh, that. We took it when the clock tower was built.
50 years ago?
That's right. That's me in the middle. I was pretty popular back then. Men were always around me. Sorry to keep you waiting. Just sign here, please. Mr. Morgan? Mr. Morgan!
Oh, I'm sorry, Polly. I was just thinking of a friend. Someone who was with me for a long, long time.
He must have been a really good friend then. Otherwise, why else would you remember him at a time like this?
Indeed. We used to fight, but he really was a good person. He's gone now, though. Gone away to a place where we can't meet again.
I'm sorry to hear that, but if he's a friend of yours, I'm sure he's getting on just fine.
Thank you, Polly. You know what? I think so, too.
And there's Willy, whose role was not entirely, wasn't really made that huge deal out of in the game, but according to Swery65, who created the game, Willy was actually supposed to be a spooky agent of the Red Tree as well, and Kazan's handler.
No. She became the goddess of the forest.
So Silent Hill 2 had a moment.
She is still in the forest with York. She watches over the world from there.
Emily became a goddess.
That's right. Isn't that a lovely ending?
Hey, Grandpa, can I ask you something? What kind of person is York?
York is a real nice guy. He's been a good friend of mine since I was small.
Like Mr. Teddy?
Yes, just like Mr. Teddy. A very important friend.
Spooky interruption just before the credits start rolling for this version. I'm pretty sure we're still gonna hear a few things during and after the credits, by the way, but there's one, oh, there we go. One track in particular I'm looking out for.
Grandfather's dinner up to him, will you?
Yes, Mom.
Or maybe they're just gonna be sparse like this, sporadic.
I don't know. He's calling me Emily again.
Oh dear, he must be losing his memory. You are Louise, honey. Michelle Louise Morgan. Not Emily. You know that, right?
I know my own name, Mom.
I know you do, baby. You're just so lovely, Louise. I'm sure that's why your grandfather mixes you up with a goddess.
But that can't be all we have to say, surely. Yeah, maybe it is.
Mom,
nope, never mind.
Where is the goddess?
I don't know, dear. I'm not much like your grandfather.
Is there even such a thing as a goddess?
I believe so, but I've never met one.
Mom, you're so pretty. You look like a goddess.
Oh, thank you, honey. If I am a goddess, then you are an angel.
You are Angel. Yeah, kind of oddly ominous soundscape for this conversation and these credits. And now we get to hear the final. Well, first, whatever that piano piece was, which I actually can't ID off the top, so that might be like another unique one. You got Ryo Kinogasa, Takuya Kobayashi, and Hiromi Mizutani doing the music, but they might not have been the only ones. Let's see. So we got Swery65 in the credits, but we also got Hidetaka Suehiro, which is literally Swery65's actual name. Oh god, what else was I wanted to see? Well, there's that, yeah, that first piano track that we heard when the credits started up, which I can't ID off the top. There's this, which is the the theme for when you're fighting Kaizen's final phase, and there is one more track that hopefully I'll be able to confirm that it plays here. Which I know, if it does, I know for a fact to be unique to the director's cut version of the game. But yes, it's in the first part of the credits you got that, dialogue still going on. It makes sense for any credits tracks that have actual vocals to come later. And yeah, in case you didn't notice a pattern with the names, here you go. There's also Fiona Freckles as one of the F characters, but she's not counted as part of that. Zach Morgan. And I guess, yeah, the rest of these people, the ones that, I guess, what makes them apart, what renders them apart from the other characters is the fact that they have nicknames. Even though... I don't know, I feel like some of the other characters that we saw that are part of that whole alphabet scheme also have nicknames, at least. Oh, this might be it, because it's definitely a variation on this Green Veil track. Do you remember hearing this when... yeah, there we go. When someone else was playing through the PC version of the director's cut. And, this music. My god, I forgot about this, but literally. Oh boy.
Believe those stories that Grandpa tells?
You believe them, Louise? They're all just made-up stories, dear. All fiction, like your picture books.
So all my picture book stories aren't true?
Oh, don't twist things around, Louise. You just want to know everything, don't you?
Well, yeah. Like, what am I gonna do with this information where some of these tracks have alternative names, I guess?
Mom, I understand what Grandpa's talking about.
From what's in the soundtrack.
I've got Mr. Teddy, just like Grandpa's York.
Very nice, dear. Now off you go. Hold it straight or you'll spill the soup.
I've got it.
It's kind of weird though, some, those dialogue bits, clips come and layer over some of the more interesting sounding lyrics from this version of the track, which, like, I tried to varnish my scarf. How can you cover that up? Yeah, there's a part of me that wonders if, like, this white swirl at the bottom of that Gevo logo is supposed to be like the one of the radicals in the Abonai kanji. I don't know, just something that pops up to my mind at this stage when I look at that. But there's just too many things about this game I feel that just kind of make me wanna question everything. But then I realized that I must really conform myself with being able to witness everything, so I can at least try to take it at face value. I don't know if there's much I could say at this point to help me encapsulate my thoughts on the game. I don't know how much I could really say. I mean, it's a heck of an experience, a heck of an example of uniqueness, especially of something that's inspired by other stuff. If you're familiar with Twin Peaks and or Missouri Falls, I guess I could say, we'll definitely see that. It's definitely unique as far as the writing, the dialogue, the characters. The game itself is super clunky, but in a way you might say that's part of the charm. I guess my own experience with Missouri Falls that we already had here on stream is like the most unique take that I could give. Just comparing not just the experience of playing that with playing this, but also just observing how these two things relate. Even if this clearly does delve quite a bit more explicitly. As this, which this scene is also a part of, I guess, into the whole supernatural aspect of things being much more prominent here instead of just being like a vague thing that nonetheless I think has a big impact in the end in Return of Wolves, but it's more of a left up to interpretation thing there. In a way it is here too, but in a very different way. Speaking of things that are left up in the air though. But not always. Not for eternity. What is Becky doing? Like, yeah, you get over here. Is that what that gesture is? Well, what can we do but oblige? Even though, you know, Zack and York should know better than anyone what the implications of that are. But
Zack, it's great to see you again. How many years has it been? I've been close to you the whole time. You probably couldn't see me, but you felt my presence nearby, right, Zack? I never thought you'd get married and have a family. Quite a surprise. I spent years honing my profiling skills, but I never saw that one coming. That's what makes humans so interesting. And that's why I just can't leave you guys alone. More than anything else. Seeing you look so happy is the best thing I could ever ask for. Anyway, Zack, did you see the newspaper today? As it turns out, over the last 3 months, there's been a string of bizarre incidents near New Orleans. Residents there are reporting a sudden strike of nausea, and then they completely lose control of their bodies. Some have already had 2 months of only being able to walk backwards. Does that make you feel anything? It makes me feel something. I know you feel it too, Zack.
Well, I feel something alright, especially with the foresight that I have. Oh dear. Well, I didn't pick anything.
Okay, Zack. I thought that's what you'd say. Well then. It's time to wake up, Zack.
The end for now. I'm afraid it will be the end for now for me too. Because there's definitely a thing that we could do, but there you go. Let that be on the record forever. Total clear time just under 21 hours for this. Well, 21 hours of like in-game log time, not real time. I'm pretty sure it was longer than that in real time, but 24 total days in-game, 802 enemies defeated, and 0 continues. Where's our secret ending where Marin becomes a seagull? Well, okay, we did get asked to save again, so we can pop back into it now.
Mom!
Oh dear.
Grandpa's gone! Where did he go?
And, you know, is the implication that, like, old man Zack is reuniting with York as an old man and somehow goes off to solve more spooky mysteries as an old man? I don't know. I suppose that will be left up to you to decide for the moment. I do intend to go through a few motions to help me solve that mystery at one point or another, but there's just one more thing we gotta do before we call things off here. I think it's here. It's under special, maybe? Yeah, it is under special, okay. Ooh, okay. There's a trading card, there's this mystery door, which I think is what we're gonna want to check out. Well, there's a number of things we can check out here. There's the coverage photos, which I think we can take a quick look at, because why not? Slideshow. I just look at each one. Just control it, but it's literally just the production team going to these places in the vicinity of where they ended up filming Twin Peaks, I'm pretty sure, in real life, in like the Pacific Northwest, Washington and stuff. There's the power station. There's many other places. Cityscape, if you're very generous with your definition of city, but hey. I mean, small town if you're very generous with your definition of small town. You're not like the people who are like, yeah, I live in a small town, and sometimes when I'm really bored, I hang out at the mall, I go to the movie theater, like, bitch, you have a mall and a movie theater, you have no idea what a small town is, but yeah. Ah, God, well, I've definitely been getting hungry throughout this, so this isn't the most efficient thing I could be looking at right now, but I do mean to do a thing or two to correct that once I am done here, so bring it on, I say. Damn good coffee and cherry pie and what have you. And finally, bonus stuff, which is just antlers in the decoration, the hotel. I mean, I'm sure a lot of hotels all over the world look like this. I guess we're gonna really take things to the next level when we... Like, I saw a tunnel that looked like this in Bruges, in Belgium, when I went there. Pretty sure that's not necessarily evocative of just one specific part of the world, but... I guess when this all comes together, you might argue that that's what makes the vibe. And there you go. What else? The television, the jukebox. What's in the television? It's just like the pre-rendered cutscenes, I guess. Life is beautiful, underground, ways, amazing race with vocals. Yeah, I guess just like a bunch of the songs from the game. So I should probably check this out for when I do a thing. What is the main theme edited version? Oh, it's the it's the shortened version of Woods and the Goddess that you hear during the recap scenes. I'm pretty sure. York and Zack. What one is that? Oh. Oh, there you go. Gonna have to look at both this and some of the weird alternative names for some of these tracks that we saw during the credits staff roll, but... Oh yeah, the trading cards. I mean, we spent all this time collecting them, but there's just one more thing we gotta do, like I said, before we totally get into that, I thought. Huh. Here I thought we were gonna be able to get in here. Are we not able to get in here? That is weird. I need to, like, do things in a specific way. One moment. Oh, I think I do actually. Hold on. It's coming back to me now. Hold on a moment. Because this is literally the last thing we're gonna do. I can't believe I didn't record this in my notes. I guess it just slipped my mind at that point. Oh shit, okay, hold on. I don't remember if there's a clue for how this works. It's supposed to be, fuck. In here in the game, or if it's like a an extraneous thing that you notice. Or it's literally written right here. Oh god, I just realized. I was gonna say an extraneous thing that you notice, like the deer head, which starts jamming out when you start playing a song in the jukebox, but yeah. TB35, JB14. It's on that piece of paper. TC26, PT203. So let's see. TB35, so yeah, you need to have finished the game to unlock this, because otherwise you can't access this. JB14. TC26. Trading card 26, I guess. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 14, 21, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Poly? Yeah, there you go. So we'll be looking at these trading cards in more detail in just a moment, but first. Oh, up. Come on, there we go. PT203. I believe that sound effect confirms that we got what we were after, which is The mystery door. Okay, totally blanked on that. I mean, the clue's right there. And now that we're here in the mystery door, we should, with any luck, eventually be able to find something that we can only find in here. And I mean, based on the fact that we can only access this after we beat the game and we get the like final in-game cutscene. And that we acknowledge that finality by the fact that we're playing as Zack and not York. You got the spooky white hair. Spooky white hair, just like, oh dear. Well, here's York. Unfortunately, I don't think we're quite ready to, damn it, do this yet, but I guess we're gonna have to because I messed up. Didn't do the right way, I guess. Why is he here? I don't know. Can I keep going without talking to him? I guess not. Why is he here? Unless he's gonna give me what I'm after, but I don't think that's the case. Yeah. Or maybe he is. Nope, never mind. There it is. Square 65, literally card number 65. I didn't remember getting that from him though, for some reason. I thought there was at least... Yep, well there you go. Very worthwhile thing, and well, it certainly is, because now we finally have the actual full set of trading cards. Trading cards such as, well, let's finally just celebrate by checking these out. Francis York Morgan, the main character, surreal demeanor, his dual personality sack, even though we've learned the truth of all that by now, haven't we? Special Agent York in his youth, tragic memories of witnessing his mother's death. The first victim, the beautiful 18-year-old blonde, which should be Blondie, with an E at the end, since she's a woman, but what's curious about the real world, which led her to joining a dangerous and secret club. Same for Becky Ames. Joined a secret club with Anna. She runs away right before Anna dies, but later returns to take Anna's locket. There's Diane Ames, the third victim, the owner of the art gallery and Becky's older sister. Which I kind of forgot about that detail, honestly, but she collected paintings of trees in her gallery. Always wore tight skirts and high-heeled stilettos. There's Carol McLean, the fourth victim. Age 20, she was an owner of a bar and also a singer. The younger sister of Officer Thomas McLean had a very mean, decadent personality. And if you notice, you know, the Diane and Becky, or Diane and Carol, I should say, cards say that she's the fourth victim, the third victim, and then the fourth victim, even though you can literally only get these cards from side quests that can only be completed while they're still alive, so that's kind of... why would you do that? But we kind of ended up mitigating that. And then there's George Woodman, the sheriff, which at least this one doesn't say, by the way, he turns into a Super Saiyan at the end and you have to kill him and he's a killer, but... Well, there is the fact that if you get his car, his police truck thing, the license plate on that is "He's the One." Well, that can be interpreted in a few different ways, but I'm pretty sure that's also different between like the original release and this version. There's "He's the One" and there's another one. I think in the original version it was "I am the one." Works out and exercises. The deputy, beautiful and strong-willed, secretly learning how to cook, but is horrible at it, and also was kind of blatantly modeled after Naomi Watts. But there's the sheriff's assistant and Carl's brother, quite but attentive and excellent cook, hates dogs, even before he got BTFO by one at the end. But there's Usha, the doctor, avid chess player, receptionist Fiona secretly admires him. Forrest Case and a seed salesman, a bit overweight but good-hearted, he likes to talk and joke around, started showing up in town a few months ago, and the townsfolk like him. Well, he apparently was showing up in town long before then, and up to some bizarre tricks. Big brother of the twins that were the first witnesses at the crime scene is Isaac, the son of Keith and Lily, who run the convenience store, likes to wear green. There's Isaiah, the small brother of the twins that were the first witnesses, the son, he likes to wear blue, so it's the same except not. Isaac as an angel. Isaiah as an angel. The old forest keeper Jim Green finds the body of Anna with Isaac and Isaiah. He's Lulu's father and the grandfather of the twins, the owner of the milk barn, Keith. The rock and roll he listens to during work always gets him into trouble with his wife for some reason, even though he literally just plays that on the store speakers, doesn't he? So, I don't really see why it would. Most favorite item he owns is his Gregot's guitar. There's Lily, Keith's wife, roughly 10 years older than Keith. She's the more responsible one in the house. It makes you wonder how that came to be, but I suppose it's never really questioned. Mysterious old man in a wheelchair always wears his gas mask, except when he stops doing that at the end, I guess, because he figured that the danger had passed. I don't know. He lives in a house built like a castle on the edge of town. Oops. Okay, no, that does work. There's Harry's clean-cut assistant, polite, calm, courteous, and well-mannered, and likes to rhyme, I guess. It's never really established why he does that. There's Nick, the owner of the diner, a hard-working man, known to be a man of few words. Nick's wife, her kindness and beauty cover her shadowy past, which I don't know if we really learned about. She works at the diner with Nick. There's Anna's mother, Sally, who lost her husband in a car accident and is currently living on welfare. After Anna's death, she is depressed and in pain. Her life is in shambles, but at least she doesn't have to work. Becky's boyfriend, his good looks make a good first impression as a trustworthy young man, very caring man. He worries about Sally's mental condition. He's always tinker with his bike. And Quinn's father, who has a fucking little darts thing on his hat, which I'd never even noticed before. He raised Quint by himself after being divorced by his wife. There's the owner of the Hotel Polly, a bit on the pushy side, but full of good intentions. Enjoys talking about his hard of hearing. York's father, well, really Zack's father, as we learned. He wrote the book on profiling. He killed his wife and then killed himself during an undisclosed case, but we learned about that, so... Something else that Harry talked about at the end, kind of, that was kind of glossed over. He apparently got, like, the reason his wife, who was George's abusive mother, died was because Kaysen showed up and did his thing with her as well. Apparently, and he also failed to shoot her, but he also didn't shoot himself, and I guess that's when... That's when George completely lost all memory of him being his father. I don't know, that part is very unclear. But there's also Valentine Morgan, who has like Emily's lower half of her face and also her finger wagging gesture. The hospital receptionist, she calls her freckles angel kisses, as I'm sure a lot of people do. Rosa lips Gina, many men go to the gas station when Jack is not there to have Gina wash their cars with her weird jukebox music. And with 2 divorces in his past, he is not known for his cheerful attitude. He is not like talking to local or federal officers of the law. Owner of gunsmith of the Panda Bear. He likes to say, guns are just tools for killing people. I don't like it any more than you do, but this is my livelihood, so let's just forget about it. He was a hero at Vietnam. He's a retired general who has that whole backstory, but we already heard it. Granted with the pot, she roams the town while holding a cooking pot in her hand. She and Polly were classmates and candidates for the Miss Greenvale contest a long time ago, and apparently she won, based on what Polly said. Strange man in the graveyard stands in front of the graveyard all day, not in the graveyard itself. Apparently, even though... well, one of these must be accurate. Searching for the bones that wild dogs took from the graves while he was looking the other way. It happened while he was there, though, apparently. Jason's talked about Dalmatian has a love for coffee. I don't know if that's good for a dog, but... like I mentioned, apparently there's a lot more spooky details to Willie than what we're told in the game. And the raincoat killer makes an eerie sound while approaching by dragging his axe on the ground. Nobody knows who he really is, but I guess now we know who both of them are. There's a dead body, the shadow. Dead body possessed by an evil spirit, I guess. We never really got that specific impression from seeing them in gameplay, but... attacks with vengeance, but cannot see. It can hear the breathing sounds of humans. There's the armed shadow with weapons such as shotguns and sledgehammers. They're protecting their heads. I never really noticed that. Honestly, there's a golden shadow. Visible when lit up by a light. I think they're just you know, corporeal when they decide to be. That's about it. Crawl on the floor and ceilings and shriek when they die. That's something else I don't really remember. And a wild dog gone mad, viciously attacking intruders under the territory. The mad wild bird. When humans come near, they call their friends and attack. I don't know if these guys ever showed up outside of like that one sequence when you're chasing Anna through the streets. Like maybe if you fuck around town when it's late at night, you can run into more monsters like this, but why would you? That's the thing. There's really no reason to. York has solved many cases with the help of coffee. There's a turkey sandwich. The fact that the turkey is tasty and juicy without making the bread soggy. Maybe there's a moist maker involved. Cigarettes. I'm pretty sure I did that joke already when we first got that card. Maybe. I don't remember, but it would make sense. Cigarettes help some people to focus. These people are fucking weird, but apparently Agent York is one of them. Greenvale is abundant with wildlife and green scenery, but there is one location where red trees grow. It's kind of hard how, kind of weird how nobody notices, honestly. There's actually 2 locations, isn't there, where red trees grow? There's the graveyard and there's one red tree in the, in George's backyard, if you notice. Peace sign turned upside down. The symbol was found at the crime scene and at important places during the case. It's apparently a tree. You see, the red tree, which we barely learn about, but which is the big background villain for this whole story. Red seeds were found next to every murdered victim, which grew to become red trees. There's George's weights for puppy iron. He named him Arnold Sylvester. There's Michael's nutritious blend of liquefied food made for Harry. Nobody dares to drink it, but it said that it actually tastes pretty good. It's not very clear what kind of container this is for it, though. Looks unnecessarily fancy. There's Sigourney's pot. The lid is always shaking. Nobody knows what's inside. It's a mystery why Sigourney is always walking around with it. And York refused to find out, so there's that. When Emily's cooking goes into a trash can, people call it industrial waste. Well, which I suppose probably happens fairly often. When Jane washes cars, she uses her favorite sponge. Since she doesn't really wipe with it, it really isn't of much use. So she just holds it while she does other stuff, which pretty much does match up with what we saw of her, though. There's Anna's dress, there's York's car, handcrafted and built to order. Maybe someone who knows more about cars could vouch for that. There's an antique record player that Thomas and Carl have used since they were kids. There's the extra love and care Thomas put in to make these biscuits. It's not very clear what that red ooze is that's coming out of it. Maybe it's just jelly, but... Keith's first guitar. Keith does not know that it's a replica model and treasures it as his pride and joy. But that can be blamed on the guy that he apparently received it from. There's Usha's chips. Companion during chess battles, he believes that cheese-flavored chips raise his chances of winning. Polly's favorite spice, pepper. Without it she can't eat. Well, that's something. Quinn's bike tank, which doesn't really look like that when it's by itself, but it's good that that's clarified. Spends more time tinkering with his bike than riding on it. There's George's deer that he got during a hunt a while back, displayed in his office almost as if it was a silent display of pride. Well, we heard what he thinks about deer and their eroticism, so take that however you will. Jason always carries these seedings. And yeah, it does say seeding in every instance of that in this page and not seedling. So go figure. Just that raising these requires a bit of finesse in order to grow them into trees, and we saw what that meant at the end. The many of the A&G. I'm clearly still equipped to do this. The A&G Diner. The diner's mascot is on the front cover. We're never gonna find out what the mascot's name is, though, but here's Very 65, the director of this game. He created Deadly Premonition and was inspired by the small towns in the Northwest, and also Twin Peaks, and also Mizraim Falls, but we're gonna shrug that off. In this case, he loves big hamburgers and can't live without ketchup. There are many Easter eggs about him hitting in the game. Well, I mean, it's literally just the fact that he put his name on the darts bar. And maybe a few tiny things. I mean, the fact that his card is number 65 could be counted as an Easter egg. By that definition, you might say, but there we go. Let's do one final save. And finally say goodbye to Deadly Premonition, the director's cut, I think. The time has come, and that would be the case, except for the fact that there's one last thing I would like to check out, if possible. I'm not really sure how you would do that, though. I want to look at the list of achievements or trophies, I guess is what they're called in this. I don't really know how you do that. Hold on. One moment, please. Might as well do that so I can have that sort of final sense of finality. Oh jeez, this browser tabs that I'm trying to keep open in the background close themselves if I've not, or like do the memory snooze thing. If I have them like not on focus for more than a second while I have something like this running, I guess. I don't know how to look at them though. Hopefully one of these things is the answer I'm looking for. Why don't I ever press this button? Okay. I don't know, settings, audio, advanced? No, I don't think I want to mess with this. Okay, unfortunately I don't think this has what I'm after. But I guess now I know that something does in fact happen when you push that button. Do I need to look for something different? How the fuck do you look at your trophies in this? Maybe I need to look at something else, like a profile, I don't know. Well, it doesn't seem to be linked to, like, any part of the game that I'm looking at anyway, so it's not gonna be under options, I bet. Yeah, there's nothing here. Shows that. So I'm afraid, nope, this is where we sign off of Deadly Premonition for now, at least. Let's just say bye-bye to the game. There it goes. Okay, I was wondering if it was going to ask me to press something else just to be able to close it. Well, the actual playtime that I got, even though it only said like 21 hours, is closer to 60 hours of real time too. Well, to get that 100%, but I'm pretty sure that's also counting some gameplay time that I got in before I started streaming this particular version of the game, so that I could make sure that everything worked, which is always nice to, you know, have that peace of mind that, yeah, I probably will be able to have that. Oh, here it is. It's literally right here. Hold on. Trophies, the Premonition, the Director's Cut. I can't really show these, I don't think, but seems I don't have the... No, never mind, I do have it. I have the Platinum Trophy for this. Zack, it's over, all finished. It's time for you to leave town. Are you ready? So I've officially platinumed the PS3 version of Deadly Premonition. I got all the trophies and that are related to that, and I have... okay, look at this. I have officially 100% of the game, so there you go. I did as I intended, and now I'm gonna pop back over to this playlist to find something to play while I play this out, because it's like considerably later than I thought I would end up going for, but that can be said about just about every time I end up streaming these days because of my current situation, you might say. Let me see. But yeah, that's where we're gonna leave things off. I have officially defeated Deadly Premonition 100% run. And now I can have all of that on the record and maybe enjoy something different next time I come back to stream, which might just end up being next week if I end up doing things this way. Like, yeah, at this point, the times that I have available for streaming mostly reliably are like Friday night late at night, and also either Saturday night late at night, which was what I did just now, or maybe either Saturday or Sunday at some point, probably more so Sunday at some point earlier during the day, but that's very much still up in the air if I end up managing to figure something out for that. But anyway, that is where I will leave things off for now. We did it, so y'all take it easy. Thank you everyone for coming, like always. Thanks for chatting. Always great whenever people chat. To everyone who dropped by, and even though this is an entirely symbolic thing, I guess I'll go ahead and toss a quick raid at Captain K, who is live as usual on these days and times, and yeah, not even sure what I'm gonna be streaming next whenever I do this again. Probably not Xenoblade X, that's considerably behind us now. I should probably go back to Xenoblade X and try to, like, you know, finish all the side quests that I've left unfinished in that game before the whole Wii U, or just Wii U and 3DS internet shutdown thing happens, which I think is gonna happen soon. Well, no, what I would be streaming next probably be either fucking Shovel Knight or just a random build stream to unwind, or there's at least one other thing that I'm pretty sure I left unfinished. Well, there's always Rune Factory 4, I could always go back to that. That's technically on the docket until if one day I somehow manage to finish that up. And Chrono Cross, but you know, for that one I kinda need to go back to playing a little bit more on my own so I can catch up to where I was in my save that got fucked up. But yeah. Is either that or something else that I kinda wanted to also chat, but I suppose the most, what should I call it? Probably gonna focus on the Shovel Knight part of that for now. So that might be what comes next, who knows. Unless I decide I want to do something entirely different, but that probably won't be the case if I just said that. But anyway, I am totally, the raid already happened, didn't it? Oh well, good job me. I forgot I had queued that. Anyway, bye.